it's day 2 of the virtual summit, Embracing Your Wild Soul. Lindsay Jean, back at you from my closet this time. Hey, we do what we got to do, right? It doesn't matter where you're at. If you're at work, if you're at home with the kids, if you're at home by yourself, if you're in the car traveling, maybe just put your earbuds in, don't watch this. But wherever you're at, we're so grateful to have you back for day 2. Day 1 was a massive success. We're just blown away at all of the feedback. A lot of you went on last night and watched the replay of it on YouTube. I want to remind you all that there is a live chat on YouTube. If you look just below the video, Jeannie's back, day 2. Oh my gosh, Jeannie, we were sending you so much gratitude last night at dinner. I just want you to know. Anyway, so there is a live chat. As you can, if you see Jeannie said, yay, day 2, that means you found the live chat. Just click on that, ask questions, interact. That's what we're here for today, is we want you all to be part of the summit. So as we started yesterday, I want to start today in the same way of setting an intention. I have another essential oil today. This one is Insightful Third Eye. So the intention that I'm going to set for today is going to be gratitude. I have an energy coach that always encourages me to look for the gratitude in everything that I do. And I did this practice for about 1 week. I'm working on making it just a daily practice, but you know, everything is a progress. But for 1 week, I just focused on gratitude of every little thing. I woke up, thank you for this day. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this car. Thank you for this lesson. Thank you for this challenge. Thank you for the love of the person that smiled at me at the grocery store. Thank you for the abundance of the food that I have. Thank you for the abundance of clothes, right? Like we always, a lot of times we think we need more. We think whatever, like gratitude in the abundance of life that we have. And I could go on, but the miracles that happened that week were insane. I had just this flow of abundance. So thank you, everyone that's participating in this, for my reminder to be grateful for every little thing, for my fingertips, for the feeling of pain, for the feeling of joy, for my heart beating. Like it can go anywhere. For this blanket that's covering my beautiful chair so that it stays clean. Like gratitude. Okay, so without you, sorry, I had a little pop up there. Without further ado, day 2, we have 4 or 5 more speakers. I don't know. We honestly didn't even get through all of the stuff we had yesterday because everything was just jam-packed with questions and conversation. So let's get the energy going. Here we go. Dr. Sandra Marie is going to jump in here. It's 11:01. It's time to start the summit.
Hey.
Hello.
Thank you, Lindsay. What a way to get everyone started, and what a beautiful way to start the day on any day, really. We have the chat open, so for folks who are out there, please feel free to interact with us. We absolutely love the energy that we're getting from you guys. It's beautiful, and we're getting some positive response from yesterday. So yeah, Lindsay, as you said, it's like welcome to day 2 of the Wild Soul Gatherings 2023 Embrace Your Spiritual Self Summit. I'm Dr. Sandra Marie. I'll be your host for the summit and the rest of the summit. Again, we did have that amazing day. I know you and I had some like really cool insights with it. The replay is available on YouTube for anyone who wants to see the replay and only got bits or pieces or wants to share it. One of the things that's been really interesting is we have had a ton of people, and I mean a lot of people, reaching out to us with the contact information. So I will say, on me, I forgot to add the contact information into the YouTube side of it. I have it listed on a lot of things. So after today's summit, we will be putting contact information out there. You know, we talked about the diversity of these speakers we have. And as Lindsay said, we didn't even get through all the speakers. You know, you sort of get a little concerned, are you going to be able to fill the day? And the day was just overflowing. It was definitely, my cup overflowed. You know, we had people talking about, sorry, I get all caught up in the music. We get people talking about ice baths yesterday, tarot cards, Feng Shui, a whole variety of things. definitely it sounds like there's a lot of folks who are looking to do ice baths. So Elise did such a beautiful, authentic, and informational presentation with ice baths, which I guess I thought of it from the biohacking standpoint, but I never really realized what a impactful spiritual tool it was and her experience with it. So Elise, I think you better get ready. It sounds like there's an awful lot of people who are going to be looking for ice baths coming up. We had Joe talk about the tarot. He did a really nice job of demystifying a lot of fears people have with it and really taking it to a whole different level about how do you use the tarot, what do the cards mean, a lot of history, and even becoming a reader. And Joe, I will tell you a lot of the feedback that we're having people ask us about is wanting to be a reader, not professionally, but just to be able to read from themselves. So I'll make sure I get your information in there. And then we had the amazing Rick Hayes, one of the top psychic mediums in the United States, who was just so energetic. I'm going to just shoot out me too. You need to watch his presentation to understand what that means. It was so powerful. And we had people writing in the chat that they had already set up appointments with them. And then we ended the day with the just beautiful Kate Troyer, who is so much more than a Feng Shui lifestylist, and she really talked about using your tool as a healing instrument to grow yourself spiritually, help live a conscious life. And we also updated a lot. We'll be updating her information in that today. So the comments were great. We really appreciate it. It's nice. It's nice to interact in here with folks. So just a little bit about the summit and what drove us to put the summit together. And a lot of it is very similar to Wild Soul Gatherings. So Wild Soul Gatherings is a farm that has been purchased in Waterloo, Ohio, and we're in the process of getting it retreat ready. It really is heaven on earth there. It speaks to you. It's a lot of acreage, a lot of beautiful birds, a lot going on there. And then we do the happy hour for the Spiritually Curious podcast. And a lot of that really drove the summit. There's so many people who are spiritually curious, but it's so broad stroke. There's a lot of questions, a lot of people searching about what's out there, or they've heard of something, but they really don't understand it. And that's what this summit mirrors. We are bringing together 16 very diversified speakers who come from a very spiritual background and how they're managing, I'll say, solutions, and how they're finding healings and positive things in their life. So we want to share it with you. I think one of the speakers yesterday, I want to say it was Elise, said, out of all these presentations, there's something in here that's going to resonate with everyone out there that's listening. And just pick that's something that resonates with you, go with it, and embrace it and move forward with that. Today we have, again, very diversified speakers with our presentations. We're going to start the day with Sarah, who's going to talk about a comfortable hell. I think it's going to be a very powerful presentation. That will be followed up with the lovely Earth Angel Jayne, who just takes, I call her an angelologist. She has been working with the angels for so long, and she just takes it to a degree that I guess I never imagined that you could really work with the angels. And then we have Dr. Chris, who is going to talk about labyrinths and how she has used the labyrinth as a spiritual tool of healing and how that's been in her life. And then we're going to end the day with Kim Coots, who is going to talk about, she's going to talk about how to find answers and answers to your soul searching questions, really working with spirit and tools and things that we really have. So I'm excited about the day, a lot going on, because we just really sort of ran out of time with all the questions and the interactions that were going yesterday. I do see Sarah back there in the studio in the green room. So I'm just going to bring her on and we're going to get started with the day here. Sarah Saxby, how the hell are you? It's been a long time.
Hi. It has been a long time. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm very excited. I know that you have been involved in a lot of projects over many, many years. And then, more recently in 2023, you really did a major shift, a little bit of a personal evolution, especially with, you've been on the Conscious Awakening train for a very long time, but it's like no one ever gets there, right? It's ever evolving and growing. And you've
Yes.
really taken a leap here. And I think the work you're doing is so important because it's a lot of people are out there and they're feeling very isolated and alone. So I was super excited when you agreed to be on the show and you were going to share what you're doing.
Well, it's like even like you're saying, I've been on the consciousness bus for a while, but it's like even people that have been on that bus, like sometimes there's things that we're always uncovering new things that we didn't see.
Absolutely.
Right. And it was me. This is me definitely over the last year, just uncovering all kinds of stuff that I didn't even was just living with.
So I'm going to just give you the screen and you want to do your presentation and then I'll sort of jump in and go with the questions and stuff. I did hear a little bit of cackling on, I believe it's your side. I'm not sure it's on my side. I'll make sure that it's not me.
I don't know. I didn't move anything.
Okay.
No one's around.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you the screen and go. Do you have you don't have like headphones or something? I don't know what it is. It's cackling in the.
Why is it not good?
Oh, there you go. It's like a. I know. Use your words right, Sandra. Right. It's that electronic thing. So when you're speaking now, it sounds good. I'm gonna give you the screen and let you go with it.
Okay, well, stop me if it's not good. And
oh, no, absolutely. That's why I brought it up. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Saxby, and just a little bit about myself and how I've come to this point in my life. I am a holistic nutritionist by trade. So I studied with a naturopathic physician for 3 years. I studied health for 3 years, actually. And I started my business and realized in a pretty quick amount of time that most people know what they're doing wrong as far as diet, and most people know what they need to do. But what I was realizing is that there is a lack of desire. There's a lack of like feeling really good. When you feel good, you want to make the changes and you want to stick to them. But when you don't feel so good and you feel like you keep hitting a ceiling when you try something or whatever, it gets exhausting and you kind of fall back into old habits. So I found myself becoming more of a life coach, like a transformation coach, because if I wasn't helping people get unstuck from where they were, then me giving a diet plan wasn't going to work. So I've also been a student of the Kabbalah Center for over 20 years. And anyone who knows anything about Kabbalah knows that it's pretty much the spiritual school of hard knocks. And so I can honestly say that I have been broken down and rebuilt. And the being broken down and rebuilt situation happens for our entire lives. And I can say that it has happened to me over the last year, what I was just talking to Dr. Sandra about really transforming. So I also learned a lot about Kabbalistic astrology, which is very deep. It talks about what they call a tikkun, and which is your correction, why you're here in this lifetime, what you're here to overcome, the things that you bring from past lives that you need to get rid of. So I started learning about my clients by looking at their chart, and that really set the groundwork. So I could see where they were stuck, and it was opening up a lot of doors for my clients, like who then went to start businesses or found relationships finally or whatever. It's amazing what the Kabbalistic astrology chart can open up. And over the last year, I actually I'm taking classes for human design. One has heard of that. That is absolutely amazing. Also, it's where basically you're giving your mind the rest that it needs, the backseat that it needs, and you're using what they call strategy and authority to make decisions. And they're always right when you do it that way. And I'm also studying gene keys, which is very much related to human design. So I have a lot in my arsenal when I work with my clients, and really I'm here to help people navigate in these new waters that we have found ourselves in. And anyone knows that kind of since 2020, things feel different. And they are very different. It's like we're leaving this sort of Capricorn like very physical, very, this need for physicality and money and all this stuff. It's like we're leaving that and we're going into this more Aquarian lifestyle. And I feel like we're all kind of walking around like the square pegs we've always been, but the universe turned into circular holes, like round holes, and we don't fit anymore. And we're all looking for comfort, which is going to lead me to my blog, Comfortable Hell. But we're all looking for comfort in a way that doesn't fit anymore. I know I can speak for myself. It's like, vacations, we want to go on vacation so we can just leave all our cares behind, but it's like our wounds follow us there too now. We look forward to a weekend. Back in the 80s and 90s, it's like everything was the weekend, right? And now, I posted this meme the other day that said, enjoy your weekend because Monday's going to be here in 20 minutes. And truthfully, that's what it feels like now. It's like we can't just go crazy because it's like we just that comfort isn't like it used to be. It's not found in the physical. And I really feel like comfort now is found in connecting with other people, and it's found in expressing your feelings and facing your fears. That's where comfort's starting to come from. And that's really what I want to relay to people. I want to be relatable. I want to share my stories. I want to share, where I've messed up, where I wasn't conscious enough to make the change or to face my fear. Because I know for sure that I've been carrying these suitcases of emotions around for many, many years, many lifetimes. And just my worst fear is that they may open up and I will have to face them, and I'll have to face confrontation, and I'll have to upset somebody, and somebody might not like me, and which is like the worst fear of mine. And so my business is called Strategies for Happiness, actually, and that is my consulting business. And you can also find my blog, Comfortable Hell, on there as well. So my blog, the name Comfortable Hell came to me and it resonated with me. And this isn't designed necessarily like for women, but I feel like women, as soon as I say, when somebody asks, oh, what's the name of your blog? And I say Comfortable Hell, they just look at me like, oh, girl, like I get that. And I'm like, right. So it probably means different things for different people because we're all coming from a different reality and a different viewpoint. But for the most part, I think those words resonate because we're all looking for this comfort. We want to be comfortable, but we're not really being true to ourselves about how we're living and what we're sacrificing. So Comfortable Hell for me began as a healing tool because of my last relationship, which was very abusive. And, you think about, I'm a person who, I'm a student at the Kabbalah Center, and I help a lot of women, get unstuck from relationships or find relationships or whatever. But I found myself in a situation over the last 5 years that it still blows my mind that I got to this point. That sort of was like my inspiration of Comfortable Hell. And if anyone who has read it or will read it, if you start in the very beginning, you'll probably see a transformation on my part because I was just so confused and trying to really make sense of everything and where I found myself, and it's like, I think over the time you'll see that the blogs start to get a little more clear and where I'm offering solutions as opposed to me just being confused and angry, very angry about really towards myself. So I am a self-sacrificer and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are like, yeah, I get that. I can honestly say, and let me just be clear that I know that I chose, I'm getting kind of teary. I know that I chose the life that I chose. I fully believe that I chose my family dynamic. I chose, when I came down here, I said, this is going to be, as cliche as it sounds, this is going to be what I need to become the person that I'm here to be and to help other people. So I have no ill will towards my family. Both my parents and my sister have passed, and my brother I'm not in contact with. But I know that they were all players in my movie, and the movie has led me here today, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. So I know that in my family history, it was a lot of explosive. There were a lot of explosive personalities, and it's crazy because I think that anyone who knows me would, and people have said this. They're like, Sarah, you're like the strongest person I know, and I'm like, yeah, but the wool can be pulled over my eyes, and I danced around. I'm one of those people, and I'm sure there's a lot of you that can relate, that I can walk into a room and all of a sudden any emotion that anyone is feeling, I will take on, and I feel responsible for it. So I can feel it from a mile away. And I would do anything to find balance in my home, in that family dynamic. So if I walked into a room and it wasn't balanced, I would do anything I needed to do to get it balanced. I would say what I thought someone wanted to hear. I would not say anything if I thought that was best. I would, you could literally say, somebody could say, you know what, you're really a horrible person. And I would say, I know, I'm so sorry. I'll try better. It's just this constant state of finding balance in my environment. And it's so exhausting because it's just this big lie. And I can honestly say that I've never been who I truly am because it wasn't safe enough for me to be that person in my household. And it's wild because, and you can have, 5 brothers and sisters, right? Or whatever. And each one of them will have a different view of their childhood. And so I really think that, I know that my brother has narcissistic personality disorder, and growing up with that as a younger sibling and trying to reconcile that, where, you have this person doing things like having no, repercussions to the things that they're doing. And me going to my mom and looking for, somebody to save you. And she would just say, what do you want me to do? There's nothing I could do. There's nothing I could do. Your dad's not gonna, do anything about it. So what can I do? And I just wanted to say, Mom, I just want you to leave. I want us to go, but that never happened. And so I learned helplessness, and I learned that that it's like I wasn't even conscious of all the torture that I was putting myself through, because I was young, I was a kid. And I didn't understand the end of that situation, which ultimately is pretty easy. And I know that everyone's in a different level in their relationship. So by all means, I'm not saying that it's easy to get out, because it's not. But I didn't have somebody, come and save me. I didn't, from what I was experiencing. And you start to think, you really believe that it's normal. And interestingly, my brother, like when we were older kids or in our 20s, he would always say, we had the best childhood. It was so perfect. It was so amazing. We had everything. And I think that was my first exposure to someone telling me what I experienced was an abuse. And so, you have somebody saying how perfect it was, you start to think that you're crazy. Like, what I was experiencing wasn't abuse. It was normal, and I should be happy with what I had, right? I mean, I had a home, I had clothes, I had friends, I had everything, right? Everything that I needed, I guess. And then I had somebody telling me that, that I should be happy with everything. And, at some point in time, I did I did send a letter to my brother and told him everything that I experienced. And he literally like left a voicemail and laughing at me and saying, "What are you going through, a midlife crisis?" And he's like, "You're crazy." Like, it was perfect. And so I think I really started to even more like just push everything down and think that, okay, well, that's just how you have to live. You have to, um, you can always post on Facebook and, you can show everybody how happy you are and how perfect everything is. Do a 60 photo dump into Facebook and everybody will say, "Oh, wow, she's perfect." Right. And, and really internally it's this comfortable hell. Like, you're just, because you don't know any better. So, I had zero boundaries in my childhood. It was like all of us were just these people walking around like this. Like, I had nothing. Nothing was my own. I didn't have my own feelings. I didn't have my own, needs. I didn't speak of them. Um, and that was my life. So anyone who's had a baby would know that when you're pregnant, you have superpowers. So flash forward to, I'm about 31 and I'm pregnant with my son. I have 3 teenagers, by the way, so I'm experienced in teenagers also, and all of that. But I was pregnant with my first, and I just felt like I was like Superwoman during this time, and no one knew that I was pregnant yet, and I was going over to my parents' house. And, my mom had always been a little, even though I thought she was the strongest person in the world, I realized that she danced around my dad's emotions too. And, my dad had his own things that he was dealing with. So no ill will towards him. He's very sweet. But I went over their house and my mom just got new carpeting. And my mom was that person who always wanted the house to look really nice. And she did all the work in the house, outside of the house, inside the house. She was a million miles an hour. And I walked in and my dad had walked through on the new carpeting with his shoes on, and there was oil on his shoes. And so there were footprints all the way across the floor. And I said, "What is this? Like, what just happened here?" And my mom said, "What am I going to do?" And so I looked at my dad and I said, "What is this?" And he said, "What?" And I go, "What?" I go, "What kind of disrespect is this to the woman who does everything for you?" And he just looked at me, and for the first time in my life, my dad shrunk and I got big, not physically, but in my head. He was this little boy who, was never confronted about anything. And he just shrunk and he looked at me and he said, "I'm sorry." And not in 31 years did I ever hear him say, I'm sorry for anything. And it was such an incredible moment because I wasn't being mean and I wasn't, I wasn't being disrespectful to my dad. I was literally saying, "You owe this woman an apology and you owe her a new carpet. This is just how it is." And I would have never done that before. And so that really changed a lot of things for me because that was really hard for me to do. But I think, being pregnant and my son, I had his superpowers too. But I was able to do that. And it really started to change everything in me. Granted, it's been a long road since. You can't change overnight, but those little wins, and my dad still loved me. It wasn't like he didn't like me anymore. It wasn't like he said I'm a bad person. I confronted somebody and they still liked me. They still loved me. And I got my mom her carpet cleaned and some respect that she deserved. So it's just, I really love to share like actual stories like that because I feel like it really resonates with people. And I want people to know that it is possible. It is possible to change and to get out of this, this cycle. So flash forward to 2016 and, I feel like my relationships were always kind of, I was never myself in a relationship. Any long-term relationship that I had, towards the end, I was always very depressed because I feel like I'm such a lively person and I'm always, I always seem like I'm in a good mood and I always want, people like have fun. I have fun around people. People have fun around me. And I really still had a lot to learn, because I inevitably ended up very depressed after these relationships because I just wasn't myself. I began, I gave up everything basically to keep that status quo, as opposed to just filtering out these relationships before they got serious. So I would always lie to myself. I might have had a boundary, like maybe I didn't like a guy that did XYZ, but I would say, well, it might be okay. I could probably get over that, when it's a real serious thing. But I would just, and I was afraid that if I actually spoke up, that the person might not like me anymore, or they might think I'm not a nice person. And I look back now and I'm like, who cares? Why did I care? Move on. But it's not that easy. And I can assure you that if you ask yourself, where am I lying to myself? You're going to lie again. It's 100% chance, because that ego is very strong and it's going to try to protect itself at all costs. And it's, it doesn't want to be found out. And, so my relationship in 2016 very much started out like that. And again, I am not a victim. I take ownership for where this relationship got. I don't blame him for anything. He's got his own cross to bear for whatever and his own work to do. But I feel like I need to share the things that happen so other people, know they're not going crazy, and know that they can get out also. And the one thing, I feel like there's these buzzwords out there right now, so I use them lightly, and they are red flags, narcissist, and empath. Very popular these days. But I firmly believe that it's because people are waking up. It's like the universe has given us this, like the universe pulled a layer off of us over the last few years, and is allowing us to be more conscious about what's going on in our lives. But also the universe is becoming very unforgiving, because it wants us to change. And, cosmically speaking, there's a lot of things going on where we're not able to hide anymore. A lot of things are being exposed. A lot of truths are coming out. And that's internally also. So where we used to be able to hide, we're not able to hide anymore. And it's getting harder and harder. And, like I said, not that you can't have your glass of wine and chill at the end of the day, but it's like you got to wake up again and do it all over. And it's, there's just this layer that has to be pulled off so we can start really being happy and living our truth. So speaking of red flags, so I definitely entered into this relationship seeing a lot of them. But they were things that I just kept telling myself, well, it's okay. It'll be okay. Like, he seems really nice. He's great. He's fun. We have a good time. I can overlook these things. And one thing that I noticed, and I don't know if any of you have gone through this, but he started to become me. And it was like, he wasn't bringing anything to the table. I was bringing everything to the table, like as far as all of my, hobbies and choices and anything. It was like I was teaching him all of these things, and he was just becoming me. And I've read a lot that that's what happens in these sort of relationships, is where, and it's not even his fault. It's just how he operates. It's the only way he knows how to have a relationship. And it was perfectly designed for me because I had that weakness there. So if I had whatever it was, I had an iPhone, he moved over to an iPhone, like if I drove a Subaru, he went and got a Subaru shirt, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I was very uncomfortable with it. And it was like one thing after the next. And I didn't realize that it was by design, because if I think that he's so much like me, then I'll feel like we're soulmates, right? I mean, oh wow, he's starting to study Kabbalah. Oh my God, this is perfect. I mean, he's Catholic, and I was like, oh, but great, he's transforming, and he wants to learn, and he wants to, whatever. It's just, and it happens so slowly, and it happens so like methodically. And, even the strongest Wonder Woman out there, I'm telling you, if you have the slightest bit of where you weren't raised with boundaries, and where, you dance around these emotions, like it's going to happen to you, and it's going to happen overnight, where you're going to go, I don't even exist. I don't, I was 100% owned by that person. I didn't have anything financially. I mean, nothing. It was like, forgive the expression, it was like a hooker and a pimp. It was like anything that I made just went directly to him. And so he could tell me, well, you don't have money to do that. Well, you don't have money to do that. But if you invite me, we'll have money to do it, because that's a vacation fund, right? So I wasn't able to do anything by myself. I decided to stop talking to friends, because what would friends do? They'd hold you accountable, right? I was embarrassed at the things that I was going through. And I know my friends, they would have kidnapped me at 3 a.m. from my home if they found out that any of this was happening. And so it's like, definitely, if you're alienating yourself, you're not talking, and you're, and I'm a very conscious person. I knew these things were happening, and I knew it wasn't right, but I was like, I traded it in for the house, right? I traded it in for the vacations and the drinks on patios, right? So I could take a picture and post it. All those things, the beautiful home in the neighborhood, and all that is what I sacrificed myself for. And mind you, I work and I make my own money and I support my children, but somehow I believed that I didn't. And it just was it just came in so slowly. So if there's anything that I'm sharing in my blog, it's that. It's like, you can be strong, and that it's not that you're not, it's that these things kind of sneak in. And I became this host body to a parasite. And it's, if his needs weren't met, and I didn't have any, I would be lectured and scolded until 3 a.m. I couldn't even leave the room. It was like, if I left the room, he'd follow me and follow me and follow me. He needed to be heard. He needed to know that he wasn't going to live a life, just lacking so much, and it's crazy, because I started to think to myself, well, what about what I need? And when I said that, he just kind of looked at me like, you have everything you need. Like, what else is there? What else could you need? You need to give me, you need to be here for me. And I can tell you also that if I ever didn't feel well, I served no purpose. I served no purpose for him. So I just had to, like, if I didn't feel good, I just had to take care of myself. And I really prayed that I would just feel better, so I could get our relationship back, because he would just kind of be gone. It didn't matter if I didn't feel good. So I was never myself. I danced around. I tried to keep him not yelling at me. And, it's embarrassing, but at the same time, if I don't get this out, then, I feel like I'm being very, like, vulnerable for the first time, and really sharing all of this stuff. And it goes way deeper, obviously, but that's out of the scope of this forum, obviously. But, I really feel like it's time for me to start talking about it. And I think that the universe is allowing me to help other women become strong in a way that they're not strong, because obviously, like, we can do anything, we can raise kids, and which is, it's not easy, and we can work, and we can make money, and we can buy our own homes and our own cars, and we can pay for our own vacations and all of that stuff. But if the insides aren't matching the outsides, then you're not being true to yourself. So, so alienating yourself, and, following someone else's rules, and when it doesn't feel good, those are definitely things that I would look out for, having gone through it. So when I finally got strong enough to leave, And it was a lot of work because I had a spiritual teacher who probably told me for 3 years. And she said to me, I'm not going to go through another year with you, of a year of complaining. Go, he did this and he did that. And I had a good therapist that I was talking to, and she said, Sarah, what's going on? Like, time to go yet? And I said, yeah, I don't think I can do this anymore. And she's like, okay, well, can you live in the home until you sell it with him? And I said, no. And she said, where are you going to go? You need to figure this out tonight. And I found my safe place. That night, my children had an intervention with me. They told me, my son, who he's going to be 18 in a couple of days, he told me, what are you doing? Don't stay on our account because, it's not worth it. Kids, they are amazing. So I left abruptly that morning in April of 2022, packed my things, packed as much as I possibly could. And I realized through my therapist, she said, you have to be willing to leave everything, because I know that I was engaged to a person that doesn't miss a trick, and he would do anything to make me pay, so to speak. And so I was very scared. I even told him for years, when we were in couples therapy, I said, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I think that you will do anything to, protect yourself. And so I was very afraid to leave. Fortunately, I wasn't physically afraid. I was more afraid of losing everything that I built with him. And, but I had to do it. The other side, it's like, that saying, when the pain of change is whatever, greater than the pain of staying the same, or whatever, or the opposite. You guys know where I'm going. I knew that I had to part, and that was leaving and facing the backlash to that. So I left when he left for work, packed up as much as I possibly could in my Subaru, and went to my safe place and told my kids that that's where we were going to be. And anyone who has ever moved before knows how difficult it is, especially when you have 3 kids who are going. And this was a good half an hour away from where I live. My kids' school, everything. They were going to school. They have soccer. Their friends are back where we used to live. I was getting movers. I had to transfer my phone. Survey, like all of those things. Like where do I need to change my address? And I have to get movers, and all while I'm working too. So talk about talk about Wonder Woman. That's that. And I found out that my ex was hacking into my social media. So I went to the police department and had to give up my dog because I had to go no contact. And, so it was all heartbreaking. But for 4 months, I lived with my head just enough above water to keep everyone afloat. And I remember having a conversation with my kids, telling them that I need their help. And they're teenagers, they can help. And I said, I'm so tired of holding everyone up, and I shouldn't have to do that. And my son looked at me and he said, who told you to do that? So, my God, no one. So I realized that I don't have to hold everyone up. I don't have to be the person that keeps the peace in the room. It's not up to me. So I managed to keep my head afloat for 4 months, bought a new home, bought my own home, got everything, moved and all of that stuff. And once I got settled, that's when the PTSD set in. So I had to go through 2 months of feeling like Katniss Everdeen in the, I don't know, whatever, in that dome that she's in. How could you sleep in there, right? You can't. And my hormones were a mess. My cortisol wasn't going down to where it needed to go. So I couldn't sleep. My body wanted so badly to sleep, but I kept dreaming about my ex living in my new home, and I couldn't get him out. I felt like there was a motor going inside of me that was 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I couldn't stop it. And every time I would try to go to sleep, I would just have a jolt and I would wake up, because you're in a battle zone. So it was a lot to deal with. And I this was me reaching out to my friends again and apologizing for abandoning them, and that I didn't bring them into my world when I really should have. And I had a lot of good healers. I have a great herbalist. I have a great hypnotherapist. And they, you know, I got everything balanced again. And that's when I started writing. And it was like, you know, it's been a long road, learning how to not hate myself and not to be angry with myself for, you know, for so long after that, when I started, you know, when I started to become a little more relaxed, it was like, why did I let that happen? You know, why did I say that? How did that happen to me? I'm smarter than that. I'm better than that. Why didn't I speak up when people said that? It's outside of the relationship I just had. It's anyone, the things that I allow people to say to me, you know, it's not okay. It's not okay, but I didn't value myself enough. And so now I'm on this path, and definitely helping other people see, helping other people gain consciousness and awareness around where they're stuck and what they're doing. It's what makes me shine. And I'm grateful for what I went through, and I'm grateful to be able to share it. And also now sharing my, you know, the healing and the way out, and the camaraderie that I've, you know, and the community that I've created, just by being vulnerable. Something I would have never, you know, it's weakness, right? You can't be weak. Everyone has to like you. So also I'm going through my Chiron return. Anybody who knows anything about that, I'm 50, and there's a lot that comes along with being 50. You're too tired to take it anymore. Right? So I have the power of wisdom and age with me now. And fortunately, it would have been great to know it at 20, but we're all on our own path. So those are the things that I have to share. And I hope that anyone, you know, that wants to work with me, that, you know, that their light will be, you know, fired up again, and you'll realize how important you are and your needs are, because, you know, time's going really fast, and we don't have time to settle anymore. So.
Wow, Sarah, thank you. That is such a powerful story. I'm back. Surprise.
I cried the whole time.
I've switched out computers and everything while you were talking to try and take care of some of these technical things. But definitely you know, it's such a powerful story. And you hit on a number of things. If you don't mind, I'd like to, you know, just sort of expand on that. I do think it is extremely important that you are being authentic and vulnerable and putting your story out there, because you do part of the process is feeling so isolated and alone, and, you know, maybe it is me. And when you start hearing other people talk about it, it makes you feel not so alone, and you recognize it, and then you start connecting dots that you don't. So one of the things that you talked about really, really early about was your childhood and things that you went through with your childhood. And I follow Pam Gregory a lot. She's an astrologer. I don't know if she's one of your people. I know that you're into astrology, and we'll get into that because you sort of referenced it in your talk a little bit.
I love it.
I'm feeling, yeah, me too. I just recently became aware of a transformative human suffering healer, Teal Swan, and she does a lot of work with ancestral healing and those kind of modalities. And both Pam and Teal and other people, but them specifically more recently, talked a lot about just some very significant abuse in childhood, and, you know, not good childhoods. And they say when they look back at it, they see it as a gift.
Yeah.
Because they needed to go through it, because if you don't feel it, they wouldn't be in the situation they are now, making such a difference in other people's lives and being healers. And it really was sort of a path to get there. And with the astrology, Pam's like, well, clearly I, you know, designed this all before I came down, you know, like, I don't know 100%. What the heck. I don't know what the heck I was thinking, but definitely was like on my path, and this is what I did.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
It seemed like a good idea at the time. So, and that's one of the things that Teal Swan talks about too, is a lot of times these things come through our ancestry that wasn't healed, and it's repetitive.
Yep.
And I recently was working with a lady doing some soul awakening, Melissa. Her last name will come to me, but she does a lot of work with past lives. And, you know, we've had a lot of past lives. Many of them are good, but some of our past lives could have been like so intensely traumatic that got so imprinted in our DNA that we're bringing it in with us.
Yep.
So more recently, I specifically am working on some stuff from like this healer, like was actually telling me, I bet you say this a lot, you do this, you know, like nothing will ever get done unless I do it myself. I'm like, yes, I do say that. Like, I don't know you. She doesn't know me. Like, she's describing me to a T. And then we get into the past lives. So healing that life. And it's interesting to see how things are starting to play out. So when you talk about feeling the guilt and how did I do this? And like, it was my fault. There's a lot of unknown things, just not your own family dynamic when you came in. The astrology plays significantly into it. It could be an ancestral pattern that we're here to heal. So my daughter and I are talking about it. She's like, you know, we need to get this over with and heal this ancestral pattern. And I'm like, we've got it. This is us. We're going to rock this. We're going to be done for the rest of the past generations and the future generations. So we all have the power to do that, but we have to recognize that some of this isn't us. And that's what Melissa would say to me. Like, you think you own all of this, but some of this just came with you, and you don't understand why it was, where the drive came from. And, you know, it came from this past life of being a monk thousands and thousands of years ago. And I know that may sound crazy to some of the listeners out there, but if I really got into it and you connected all the pieces, it totally makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I've actually, I've been told when I had a Kabbalistic astrology reading, I was told that this is a long line, like you said, a ancestral pattern on my mom's side, that I can tell you all the women always say, oh, but he's a good provider. But it's okay, he's a good provider. So she said that I was the one who was chosen to break that pattern. So
that's what I said. When we had that conversation with my daughter, I said, you know what, the buck stops here. We know this, it's realized, and we're going to do this. Here. So, I don't want my absolutely. Yeah. And hey, I can't believe that your youngest is 18. It seems like they were just young kids a hot minute ago.
It's insanity.
The other thing that you brought up was, and I think this is really important, and I hear it a lot with the astrology, and it's more the broad stroke with what's going on politically and with society and a lot of things just in the world, you know, across the world. You know, the astrology is really supporting, and it's very unique and unusual astrology, and some of it is never even documented astrology. That's how unique it is that we are in a pattern of the truth coming out, uncovering and exposing. And when you said we have to look at this personally too, that's really important. So we're going to see a lot of that exposure, band-aids being cut off, the truth coming out there. And I think that you shared it and spoke it like so well from in here, is it doesn't always feel so touchy-feely. It's like it's a bit to get through it.
Oh, it's coming in like a steamroller.
Once you get through it, which can be a while sometimes, or you just start seeing glimpses of it, we're all making a difference, and it influences everything. So I don't know if you wanted to speak to the astrology on that, because I'm guessing you're.
Yeah. I don't remember all the planets and all of that stuff that are happening, but I know there was a significant opening that started to happen, you know, in like around 2020 and ongoing 2021, where we really started seeing things opening up and being exposed even more than ever. Like Aquarius, it's not that Capricorn, that old, like, just let's work 9 to 5 and, have a nice car and all of that stuff. It's so Aquarius now. And Aquarians are like, they're super strong and smart, and they want to communicate, they want to connect with people, and more of a, just kind of fluid and, and free, sort of way. And that's why I was saying that comfort isn't found in those material things anymore. It's found in connection. It's found in facing your fears. And, that's where security and comfort is going to be found now. And we're still looking for it in the old ways. And I think that's where people are getting really pressured to change. And we still want to look for it in the weekend, but it's.
Yeah, I know a lot of times the word the shift is being used as we're going through a massive transformation, both personally and in the world. And you're right, this is the shift. And I think we see some comments here in the chat that are talking about the age of Aquarius and the feminine, and really moving away from that masculine. And honestly, what we need is a balance of that. So that is going to be the shift. The other part of it is those who don't want the change and are just really stuck in that old are just holding on tooth and nail. And I think that also escalates the uncomfortableness of how that feels, as some, people and a lot of the both individual and institutions just don't want to let go of the old. And it's coming down one way or the other. And it's just a matter of how uncomfortable it is going to be for some people more than for other people.
Yeah, you can walk into the comfort yourself, or you can wait till it happens to you. Or discomfort.
That's
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have an option.
We do. The other thing you brought up that I think is significant, and I'm not really sure how I want to share this, is, you talked about the Facebook and the social media. And I think that's absolutely the downside of it. Like I watch, I get into Facebook, and it's sort of how I keep a connection with people. When I started, I never was really into it until I started living international. It was sort of my connection to what was going on back home. But when you talked about the photo dumps and the presentation of this perfect life, I think that there's probably a couple layers to that. That could be ourselves justifying things in our life to make it feel better. But we're putting that out to the public, and everyone's like, well, you live this perfect life with this, all this stuff and this great looking guy and all of these things. And then, in fact, life is hell, as you said. Or, we see a lot of people, especially young people, to be honest with you, committing suicide these days. And, some of them, I watch them on Facebook, and it's like, I'm shocked, because if I look at it from their Facebook lens, it just looks like everything is going well. So it's almost like that makes life so much more isolating for people, would you say? And the downside is it pulls them away from being able to be authentic and honest.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the word, is authentic. And I like I said, when you ask yourself, where am I lying to myself? And then I said, you're going to lie to yourself again, because it's like that ego is just trying to keep you away from seeing whatever that is. And, and then you get a little bit of a high posting on Facebook, right? Let's see, this person liked it or whatever. And then, but there's such an internal disconnect, that from, that it's just not, we're not going to get away with it.
No, it doesn't. You're right. The authenticity and the vulnerability. Do you follow Brene Brown? I love Brene Brown. She's a social worker. Actually, she's written a lot of books. She's out there, and she did a lot of work with your authentic self. Now she's doing a lot of work with vulnerability. And I loved when you said being vulnerable, it's weakness. And so she's really bringing it into the business world with your C-suite type of people, that you have to be willing to be vulnerable if you're going to have an honest conversation. And we're really going to grow the next level of organizations and how we manage people. So we have, I think it's important that you brought up vulnerability, and that you connected it with the old, which is it's scary, or it's seen as a negative and shameful, especially with men. I think more so with them than women. So we have a little bit of an edge on that one. So you're seeing clients these
Mm-hmm.
days? Okay. So
Yeah.
I'll have all
Yeah.
your information
Yeah.
on the website. And I talked earlier, I'll get it posted. I didn't post the information from yesterday because we had a lot of people reaching out with the listeners. Anything else that you want to leave with the people watching us this morning?
I'm just so glad that, yeah, I'm so glad that I had, it's like I have a voice now, I mean, I think I've always been kind of loud, but like, but I never had a voice, and so just, just having this experience and being able to talk about it and like I said, to be vulnerable, because I never was ever. And there's different levels of it too, of being vulnerable. It's like you can maybe let a little bit out, but what we're talking about, the real stuff, like the stuff that we've buried for so long, and it just opens up this new path.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is important. It's when I saw that you were doing the blog, I was so excited that you were putting it out there. And I agree. You see the narcissist and the empath out there all the time now in the social media with different information. So it's the Band-Aid's cut off. It's being exposed. We're having conversations, because we can't fix things that we don't acknowledge or talk about. So that's wonderful.
And we, we're not alone. We need a community.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Care for each other.
Definitely. We need the community.
Can't do it alone.
Nope. And you bring a lot of support systems with it that you use with it. So thank you.
Yeah.
You have a great day.
Thank you so much. Okay, you too.
Bye,
everybody.
Wow, that was just beautiful. And I'm so grateful to Sarah for sharing with us. We have 1 minute until we have Jayne here. So I am going to put our little takes a self-care break slide up here. And we will be back in. Jayne's already in the studio, but I'm going to give everyone a minute there just to catch their breath and take a little moment for themselves. Welcome back, everyone. We just finished up with Jayne, or I'm sorry, we just finished up with Sarah, who gave a really powerful presentation and really put herself out there with message that there are so many people who are out there and feeling isolated, and I think will have absolute meaning. Next up, we have Jayne Howard Feldman. She is an angelologist. I love to call her Earth Angel Jayne. She is sitting in the green room, so let me get her screen turned on. Hi, Jayne, are you out there?
Yes, I am. What do I need to do?
I can hear you, but I don't see you. Do you have your video on?
Yes, I do. Yep, I do.
You're a big black screen.
Yeah, it is a big black screen.
Oh, okay. So are you ready to go?
Yeah, but I don't know why my picture isn't showing.
Oh, okay. That's what I was like. I'm not, do you have a Band-Aid or something that you use to cover your screen sometimes?
No, it's here. And when I use Zoom. Okay, let me see.
There's a little cogwheel that may show your video. A microphone video underneath your picture, perhaps?
Yeah, there is a microphone and it's on.
The microphone, we hear you clear as can be.
Yep.
But we see a black screen with you. I have you turned on my end.
Yep, and I have this plugged in, and I apologize. I don't know what else.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, trust me. We had our fair share of glitches yesterday for sure. And we've had a couple this morning when Sarah was talking. I actually did a computer change because it was looking very pixelated when I started. So I'm not really sure what it could be on your end then. Do you?
My mic's working. You know,
yeah.
So camera, mic or one thing. They're sitting on top of computers. So that's working perfect. And there's no block of the video. So I apologize.
Are you using a separate camera or are you using the camera with your computer?
It's a webcam.
Okay, so maybe it's linked in when you turned it turned on your computer camera versus the webcam.
Okay.
You know how sometimes it has you pick which one you're going to use?
No. Okay.
And I am guessing all of our listeners and viewers out there have gone through this.
Yeah, I apologize, everybody.
Oh, that's all good.
So it says the camera's on. Okay, when I went out to the microphone and access and camera's on. Okay, let me try this. Wait a minute. Maybe that's it. Did that help? No, that didn't help. Okay, is it possible for me just to talk to everyone with a
Sure, absolutely. I'll let them look at me and I'll let them look at me while you talk. It'll make it interesting.
Absolutely. Here we go. So, do you have anything you want to say before I start?
Yeah, well, I introduced you as you are an amazing angelologist, and honestly, you've been doing this for many decades. I know you're going to talk about peace offerings and an abundance of ways to achieve and maintain inner peace in your life. I will tell you, your ears might have been burning when we were doing our session with Kate Troyer yesterday, she does Feng Shui. She's a Feng Shui lifestylist, and she does a lot about how you can use your home to help yourself grow consciously, support yourself, and heal. I talked a little bit about, she mentioned corners, so I asked her about corners because I am still very touched about the story you told me about the corners in your room, which I'll like. I don't know if that's part of your presentation or not, but if it's not, if you can add it in, I think it was very powerful. So I'll let you take the show, Jayne.
Thank you, and welcome everyone, and thank you again for your understanding. And so this is just a perfect setup because it's being at peace with the unexpected. Okay?
Truly.
So I bless you, and it is my intention to be a blessing to everyone who is listening to me. There's a beautiful prayer that I'd like to share, and it says, "Today I pray for peace in the hope that tomorrow I won't have to." I want to give everybody an exercise, a way you can welcome the angels into your home, and you can ask for the angels of peace to join you, to come into your home. your birthday, the day you were actually born. So let's say you're born the 10th of June. That number 10 is very powerful. It's the day you landed on the earth. And not only would June 10th be a powerful day, but the number 10, the 10th day of every month, is a power day for you. And so each month, when that number, when that number 10 is in the week, an exercise you can do is to go to your front door, perhaps on Sunday, and open it up. I mean, open it wide, literally open that door and welcome in the angels. Now, your angel team is always with you. You don't have to welcome them. They're always with you every day, every breath and every heartbeat. But you're welcoming in, for example, the angels of peace, or maybe you want to welcome in the angels of abundance. And know that by your invocation and invitation, they're coming into your home, and they're going to be there dining with you and watching over you while you sleep. They're going to bless you and be with you that whole week. And then on Saturday night, you can go to your front door and you can open the door and you thank the angels who have spent the week with you. And after you do this for a couple months, you're going to become aware that particular week, there's an increase of energies in your home, that the vibration is raised. You become more sensitive to what it means to invite and invoke the angels closer into your life. Now, additionally, Archangel Michael is inspiring each of us to have a desk or a table in our home that's our workstation or our creative space. And to make a sign for your desk, you can make it on the computer or you can write it out in hand, but you put your name. You put your name on the sheet of paper, and then underneath of it you write Chief Executive of my life or Executive of my life. And the energy I loved in the conversation you just had before with Sarah, she was talking how the buck stops with us. And the buck does stop with us with regard to our life. Our life is our decisions and our choices and the energy and our responsibility. And we are in control of our words and our thoughts. And I want to encourage everyone to think about using affirmations. It's a wonderful way to make statements about your intention and your focus for your life. And in particular, I'm talking about maintaining inner peace, especially in these zany, crazy, transformational times. And one of my favorite affirmations is my life is in divine order. And it's a wonderful affirmation to use, especially when your life feels like it's anything but divine order. You can also use affirmations around peace. I am at peace with myself and everything that surrounds me. I have the power to let go of everything that's disrupting my peace. With every breath I take, I am letting peace into my body, my life, and my world. I embrace peace and let go of stress. In the Hindu tradition, they say we're living in the Kali Yuga. This is 26,000 years of darkness and suffering, so to speak, and it means transformation is taking place. And so in the midst of transformation, we can affirm and we can declare for ourselves that we are striving to experience peace. Now, the definition of peace is a state of tranquility, of quiet. It's a freedom from disquieting or oppressive thoughts or emotions. It's harmony in personal relationships. The angels refer to all of us at this time as inspirationalists. This wonderful summit is filled with people that are inspiring you with their life missions and their focus, and you are inspirationalists too. You've come here to inspire by the way you're living your life and to be inspired. And the angels refer to you as road scholars, ROAD. You're scholars on your personal road of life. You are scholars on your sacred walk of life. And one way to maintain that scholarship is through aligning ourselves with the wisdom. The angels are just emphasizing how important it is for us to be seekers of wisdom and truth for ourselves. And one way that I do this is by listening or reading the quotes of wise individuals, and in particular, their case about wisdom with the energies. The Dalai Lama, he has said we can never obtain peace in the outer world until we make peace with ourselves. Jim Hendricks wrote, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Eleanor Roosevelt, it isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. Kimberly Jones said, don't let people hold you into their storm. Pull them into your peace. Know that peace begins within us. If we're not peaceful inside, the world we're going to see through our eyes is going to be chaotic. Some of you may be familiar with the biblical verse. When we seek God with all our heart, soul, and mind, He offers us peace, a peace that passes all understanding. Now, I'm also going to suggest to everyone who's listening to me rather than seeing me that you check out Green Hope Farm Essences. It's under greenhopeessences.com. And Molly Sheehan, who is the owner, she has essences that you put into your water, that are made from the flowers. And there is an inner peace angel essence set. And there's also Indian pipe essence. And Trillian, of course, some of you are familiar with chamomile and also lavender with this vibration. It is important at this time for us to recognize that there's little exercises that we can do that really bring us into a quick moment of peace. And one is using your 5 fingers with the energy. And you take your thumb and you're going to have it touch each one of your fingers with the energy. You're going to start with the index and you're going to say the words, peace begins with me. So peace is the index, then begins with me. And you end up with the little finger with the vibration. Just doing that many exercises is like a little boost that you're giving to your body. And I'm going to tell you in a moment a little bit more why the fingers are so important. Something else you can do is very simply, and I know everyone's familiar with this stance. The energy is put your hands together in the prayer stance. All right, you're putting the right and left hand together. Thank you. That is perfect how you're showing everyone to do it with the vibration. And the fingers are touching. The palms are together. This is a mudra. This is the Anjali mudra vibration. And it is known as the prayer stance vibration. And what you do when you're doing this, you're bringing together both the hemispheres of your brain in alignment with each other. All right? You are making peace within yourself. You are bringing into balance the logical and reasoning faculties of your left brain and the wonderful creativity from your right brain. And you're bringing together intuition with logic, feminine with masculine, strength with sensitivity. This is balancing. This is harmony. And you're putting it right in front of your chest where your heart is with this energy. Now, what I said to you with importance for the vibration, and before I forget, I want to mention also that it's wonderful in making a connection. It benefits the heart by doing this, the circulation of oxygen in the blood. It also benefits the midpoints coming together in the brain where the pituitary and blessing the adrenal glands. So as you get the drift, it's just a wonderful blessing activity. When I said to you, the 5 fingers are associated with the 5 elements that make up all of creation. The thumb is fire. The index finger is air. The middle finger, space, all right, the ethereal. The ring finger, earth, and the little finger, water. Know that when you bring your fingers together, like I said, peace begins with me, or you do the prayer stance vibration, you're activating the elements in your body. You're bringing this balanced state which generates a feeling of well-being, serenity, calmness, peace, energy. Now, I've created a little ebook. You mentioned it's called Peace Offerings. And if anyone who is listening to me would like to receive a PDF of it for free, just write me at earthangel4, the number 4 peace, at AOL.com, and I'm going to send you that to you. No problem. I'd love to. But I'm going to give you a lot of those points right now just for you to contemplate. One of my favorite words that I share with people is quantumplate. I'd love you to think about things so you make a quantum leap, all right? Quantum leap in your life. And today I'm talking about making that leap to support yourself with inner peace. One of the first things I recommend is a belief in the divine, all right? That you are, that there's source, that's your creator, that's the infinite, whatever term you want to give it. Albert Einstein said, I want to know God's thoughts. Everything else is detail. And all of you listening to me are just beautiful, blessed God thoughts vibration. I have a quote that if there's a distance between yourself and God, be certain on who moved. Do things where you move yourself closer to God. Look for goodness. You may love that song as I do by ABBA. I believe in angels. I see good in everything I see with the vibration. Everything's lessons and blessings. We're learning, all right, with the vibration. We're growing and we're being blessed. Be a seeker of all that is good. Meditate, of course, I'm going to recommend that. And sometimes people struggle with the thought of meditation, but know that if you put yourself in a situation like with your kitty cat on your lap and you're stroking your cat and you're getting into harmony with the purring of your cat, that stillness, that oneness with your cat is a form of putting yourself in a peace space. You're calming yourself. You're slowing yourself down. You may want to think about keeping a daily peace journal where you make note of the beautiful moments of peace that you experience during the day. Or you can create a peace book where you have images and photographs and quotations. Ponder upon peace. Believe in yourself as a peacemaker. Live your life knowing that the peaceful choices and decisions that you make are making a difference in the world. Get acquainted with your neighbors, for example. Take the first step to start building a neighborhood of peace. Live in the now. Don't worry about tomorrow. Wrote in Communion with the Angels, God is already there. Make time for prayer. When you are talking to God in your alone time, your quiet time, ask for support. Perhaps it's peace in your life or peace on earth. I love St. Padre Pio. He said, don't worry, pray. And I think it was Edgar Cayce said, if you can't pray, then worry. I thought that was a funny comment that he made. Get quality sleep time. Enjoy a peaceful sleep. And create an atmosphere of peace in your bedroom through the colors, through the art, through the bedding, through the pillows, whatever speaks to you. Additionally, the angels love to give me quotes, which I love so much. And recently they said, don't wait to die to rest in peace. I think that's a beautiful reminder that we have opportunities, like take a nap, take a peaceful nap vibration. Declare peace intentions when you wake up in the morning. Express that it is your intent, right, to fill your day, your waking moments, with things that bring you peace. And of course, music is so beneficial. You can listen, of course, to songs such as Let Peace Begin With Me, or John Lennon's, Imagine, but also the benefit of chants. Gregorian chants are just known for their healing energies. If you are getting ready to paint a room, I'm going to encourage you to think about playing music in the background that you want the energy for the walls to hold that energy with this vibration. I do know of a true story where a family did just that, all right, and they played chanting the whole time that they were painting the color of a nursery, all right, for their child they were going to have. And years later, when the child was able to vocalize, he shared that he heard chanting in his room with this vibration. Play music. Remember I said, you're here to inspire and to be inspired. Play music, and I'm not saying it has to be all sacred music. It can be singers and musicians that inspire you. That brings you peace. That brings you joy. One of the most powerful words is together. Together is a magical word. Use it in your life to solve problems. Like, how can we resolve this together? Or how can we work this out together? What it does, it immediately encircles everybody with a oneness energy. Pursue peace in all that you do. Martin Luther King had the most beautiful words. We must pursue peaceful ends through peaceful means. Look for alternatives to fighting and quarreling that happen in your family life. Look for peaceful resolutions. You are, again, peace angels here on earth, and you've landed on earth in a time of turmoil. You are angels of hope, and you bring peace to those who are feeling hopeless over a lost job or a relationship ending. We may not have the answers, but you are like the angels, a cosmic cheerleader to your friends, to yourself, to your family members, to keep putting one foot in front of the other foot and moving forward. Talk to a child about peace. Out of the mouths of babes comes the truth. Learn from children of what peace means to them. Ask children to paint you a picture of what peace looks like. You could take a class in peaceful solution for conflicts. You can sign up for a peace studies program. Learn about peace. Study peace with the vibration. Consider planting a peace pole on your property or in your community, maybe part of a children's peace festival. There is a website, www.peacepoles.com, the energies. And if you go to that website, they actually have a map of the world, and they have all the peace poles that are around the world. And you'll even find one in Upper Cove, Maryland, where my husband Charles and I live with our Jack Russell Hattie in this vibration. And you'll see our peace pole, because I've sent a picture in of it. Please know that there are people that are champions of peace. And I encourage you, to get to know them. Matty Stepanek, maybe some of you saw him on the Oprah Winfrey show, all right, with the vibration. And he wrote so many beautiful poems. And he was a champion of peace with the energies. I had the blessing while he was still with us as an angel of peace on earth to meet him. If you want to have a chuckle, I actually met him at a Hooters restaurant, all right? They were doing a charity benefit, for benefiting. And I got to meet him, and I had bumper stickers at that time of be a peacemaker. You see, that's my message with the vibration. And he asked me, he said, can I have more of these? And I said, Maddie, you can have as many as you want. And so I sent him a whole bunch, because what a little blessing he is. And I know he still shines as the blessing he is in heaven with the vibration. Well, I want to tell you something. He really walked to his very last breath. He walked his walk of peace. He was an honorary fireman for his neighborhood fire department. They loved Matty. And when he died and was buried, his little coffin was placed on top of the fire truck, all right, and carried to the cemetery for them honoring him, all right? Do you know that he had requested that on his casket, be a peacemaker bumper stickers be placed so that as he drove through town, everyone got to see the message, be a peacemaker. That's what walking your talk looks like, the energy. And I also want to give a shout out to Peace Pilgrim, a woman who walked the country, with every footstep being a message of peace. Living a peaceful life is quite simply just living simply. Some of you may be familiar with John Robbins' book, came out many years ago, Diet for a New America, and the choices that we can make. And his motto was, live simply so others can simply live. When we uncomplicate our lives, we really are taking steps for peaceful living. Make time to study the stars and connect with the peacefulness of the night sky, especially with the latest gift that's been given to us by science and the brains of the universe, the James Webb Telescope. With this energy, there's some wonderful programs on either Amazon Prime or Netflix about this magnificent telescope and what it's showing us. And I encourage people to go to the Hubble or the James Webb and just do open-eyed meditation to the images that these telescopes are sending back to us. This is God art. If you want to get close to God, move yourself closer to God art. The stars, that's the God art energy, for example, one way to look at it. Say a blessing daily upon your home. God, bless our home with peace, and all those reside within it. All right? Walk in peace. Whenever you're walking, visualize that yours is a peace path. Be a peace pilgrim. Visualize that your walk is sacred, because it is, and that God's peace flows to you and in you and through you to the earth. Your walk blesses the earth with peace, and those that walk behind you, that walk in your footsteps, will feel your vibration of peace. Learn origami. Create a dove of peace. Some of you may be familiar with the little young lady who suffered the atomic bomb in Japan and wanted to make these origami doves as a sign of peace. And she didn't live long enough to make that. I think it was 1,000 that she wanted to make. The whole community stepped forward, and thousands of origami doves were made as a message that this is a symbol, right? Of peace being our commitment, our dedication and devotion. Be realistic when you make plans and you set goals. Don't sabotage yourself by being demanding on yourself with something that's just not going to be possible for you to fulfill with the energies, at the time. Nurture, as I said, nurture children with peace, all right? Create a peaceful environment. I recommended peace poles for planting trees in the community, cleaning up trash. You can record a message of peace on your answering machine. I don't know if people write letters. I hope you do at times, but you can stamp your letters, or if you have checks with a peace statement. Embrace St. Francis of Assisi's words. Lord, make me an instrument of peace. Be an instrument of peace, all right? Make peace with yourself and the way things are happening in your life. And just take pressure off. There are at times things in our lives that we just can't control. But we can choose how to respond. Remember, I said the buck stops with us. Archangel Michael is saying to all of us, you're the executive. It's your mission statement to write. It's your life to live. They're your choices to be made. There can be actions, and you get the opportunity to react to them with this vibration. Enjoy the peacefulness of solitude. Spend time alone to replenish your soul. Remember the great masters of life who have mirrored to us the importance of spending time alone with God. In fact, Archangel Michael inspired me. There's a book called Chase, Calendar of Events, and it lists what every day of the year is as a celebration. Some of you may know me for creating 36 years ago, Be an Angel Day. It's coming up, August 22nd. It's do one small act of service for someone, be a blessing in someone's life. Additionally, Archangel Michael had me create December 22nd, Be a Lover of Silence. The important, the anagrams in the word listen and silent, they're the exact same letters. So when we are silent, when we are still, We can listen. We can listen to God. We can listen to the angels. I'm also going to mention to you that the angels had me establish the energy of inspire. There's that word again. Inspire your heart with art. All right. It's January 31st. They let me choose the date, so I chose my birthday. All right. But the importance of art in our lives. Talk about peace. Make room for art in your life. You know, that can be dance, that can be song, that can be poetry. You know, you get the gist with the energies. If you look at the word earth and you take art out of it, you've just got A with the vibration. If you look at the word heart, you've got art in it. All right. So peace can be, we can attune to peace by allowing our heart to feel the joy of art that speaks to our soul in whatever form that comes to you with the energy. Make peace with stressful demands. And I'm going to say, you know, prior to prioritizing your workload, that you ask yourself, what do I need to do now? You know, and after you complete your task, give yourself a rest. Patience, oh my goodness. Practicing patience is practicing peace. Sometimes when things aren't happening fast enough for us, it's important to just pause and breathe, take a breath, and know that sometimes we're on God's watch. In fact, all the time, we're on God's watch. Be happy with what you have. Have an attitude of gratitude and thanksgiving and appreciate, be thankful to God for the life that you've been given. Smile. Smiling is a wonderful way to start peace, you know, between people. I want to mention taking many peace pauses during the day. Archangel Michael has inspired me with a message that, for example, if you're at a traffic light and it turns from yellow to red and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be here for a few minutes, it's a wonderful time to pause and say to yourself, I am here in this pause with Michael. Michael is here in the pause with me. Michael says that when you do breathing exercises to balance yourself and bringing in breath, for example, you may know the count of 4, that you inhale to the count of 4, and then you hold it for the count of 4, and then you exhale for the count of 4, and you hold it out for the count of 4. Well, I want to say to you, inhale for the count of 4, and then for that holding 4, you think to yourself, I am here in this pause with Michael. Archangel Michael is in this pause with me. So you feel the support. You do have friends in high places. You have the archangels and the angels. You can buy a peace lily to put in your home and your office. You know that plants are peace partners in bringing peace to our environment. You know, they supply oxygen. We exist on oxygen. So let plants be a peace booster for you. I mentioned flower essences, also essential oils are another way to anoint yourself with vibrations that bring peace into your life. And it's important to accept that no matter how good we are with our aim of wanting to have inner peace, there's just going to be those days where we totally miss the mark. But be at peace in not being perfect with this energy. Make friends with nature. And I want to just share with you a term you may have heard. It's called forest bathing with this energy. You can do it anywhere. You can do garden bathing. You can go sit in your garden. And what it is, you give yourself a sensual experience with the woods that you're in, with the park that you're in, with the ocean that you're sitting in front of, with the mountain that you're on top of. What are the sounds? What birds? What do you hear? What are the smells? All right. What's the fragrances? What's the feel, you know, of the land around you? Spending time in nature enhances your own peaceful vibrations. I grew up on a dairy farm, and I tell you, I would just love to always go out and look at the cows. They were always so contented, just grazing on the grass and looking at me with their big brown eyes with this vibration. Dedicate, you know, yourself to knowing that doing nothing, you know, is a-okay, right? And not having guilt about it. It's really a space that you're not filling up. it's important that we have those moments where we're actually creating what I would say our own void in life, so that in the nothingness, maybe an inspiration will come, right? This is one reason why you often hear that like doctors like to go play golf, right? They might like the game of golf, but they take themselves out of their usual environment so that inspiration has a place to land. Be at peace with giving yourself thinking time off, is what I want to say to you, where you give yourself respites from thinking and respites from doing and respites from filling your life, all right, to overflowing. And that brings the inspiration of giving breathing space into your home with the Feng Shui energy. Deal with clutter. You may be getting the habit of putting your belongings away. You'll be amazed at the peace that comes in organizing, your belongings and your stuff. And yes, I'm going to mention about the corners of the room, the cornu, okay? It means horn. And there actually is, where the corners meet, there is a horn vibration. It really is an energy. Out of body experiences, that the body goes out, or the energy goes out the corner of the room. So you don't want to jam up the corners. You want to give the room breathing space with the vibration. I'm also going to just simply say, before I conclude, doing things like say no instead of yes, to everyone and everything with this vibration. Allowing yourself, maybe I did a series of photographs around angels in the cemetery, and the angels are wonderful. The cemetery angels, the monuments. If you walk in a cemetery, it's very peaceful. It's very reverent with the vibration. You may, look at the art as a form of art with the monuments that are created through the angel statues. I also want to honor our military. Taking time to send a card to a veteran, in a military hospital, or writing a serviceman or woman and thanking them for their efforts to protect our freedom and to rise up in defense of peace with this energy. Learn peace prayers from different faiths. It helps to bring our world together. And just finally, when you see the clock, when it says 444, and I'm sure you're all familiar with how numbers are digital catalysts, and the angels love to talk to us through numbers with the vibration. Just think to yourself, it's peace time. Peace in 4 directions, peace in 4 seasons, peace in all of our bodies, physical peace, mental peace, emotional peace, spiritual peace. I bring you the blessing of Archangel Chamuel. All the archangels are devoted and dedicated to divine peace, but Chamuel, Chamuel, is known as the angel of peaceful relationships with the vibration. It's the messenger, the archangel messenger of God's unconditional love, of supporting us with inner peace, of supporting us with resolving conflicts with others. Oftentimes, Chamuel is depicted with a heart that represents love. And so just as I close my talk here with you today, just have a sensing that Archangel Chamuel is right there with you, holding a heart and extending it as a gift to you, as a gift of peace to you, that you have peace and love for yourself, that you have peace in forgiving yourself and forgiving others, that you have peace in your life, living here on earth, on this wonderful, wonderful planet, Mother Earth, who just loves feeling your footprints, loves sharing space and time and energy with you. Just feel the heart of the angels enveloping each and every one of you and reminding you what a blessing of light that you are at this very transformational time here on earth.
Wow, Jayne, thank you. That was beautiful.
Thank you, everyone, for spending time with me.
So I have a few questions if you still have a few minutes.
I'm here for you.
And I do think the angels are being a little entertained with us today, which is, I'll get into, you told me what you thought the superpower of 2023 was, and that we should, it was like sort of a 2023 mantra. Somewhere in your talk, my internet decided to recycle. I'm not really sure what other people saw with it. It was right when you were talking about the corners.
Right.
Did I miss the corners? Did you talk about the importance of corners and how you saw the angel come out of the corner once?
Yes, absolutely. It can be with the angels. It was actually when I had my first visitation with my guardian angel. It manifested through a corner. I'm saying that is where spirit, and it came forth almost like, a burst of light that started shape shifting itself into a light being with the vibration. And there was no English language spoken. It was a dialogue, which I call of the heart. And just basically, you can see me, I can see you, I'm going to be here with you. It was an introduction with this vibration. And so corners, of course, in my own life are very important with that introduction energy. But I've continued to respect that there are meeting points. They are meeting points. It represents, we're on the ground with our feet on the floor, but we look up. It gives us the example of looking up. We're looking up to that corner space, and it's where dimensions meet. It's where there's an infusion of energies, as I said, a horn of plenty, so to speak, with the vibration. And you often will hear people in near-death experience, especially in hospital situations, they're hovering above the room in the corner, all right, with this vibration.
That's interesting. I know one of the other things that we had talked about in the past with that too, with the home, was clutter. So if you have a lot of clutter in your corners, that it sort of inhibits that energy to come in.
Absolutely. Right.
Okay.
It's a flow. It's all about energy flow. And I don't want to put anyone on a guilt trip, okay, about, feeling overwhelmed. You do that at your pace. Remember I said,
sure.
Let's be peaceful in our pace. Getting things done. You want to have goals, and work toward those goals. But one of the most important things, and I'm going to give you a little tidbit. This is something I use all the time. If I'm going to start a new project, or if I want to welcome something new in my life, if, for example, you want to make room for something, I encourage everyone to at least have one tabletop that's totally clear. All right, clear the counters, for example. Clear the dining room table, if you can. The more you can clear, the better. Because you've heard the statement, nature abhors a vacuum. So with the energy, you're creating a vacuum. You're creating a totally empty space. And you're saying to the life, you're saying to the universe, fill my life with, and I'm making room for it. All right, I'm making room for that energy. So whenever I'm going to start a new project or to write something or work on something, I make sure that my desk is totally cleared. My computer's there, but all the other stuff is gone. All right, because your brain works on noticing what's in your space. You may not think so, but it feels the energy, it senses the energy. So even though when we do have clutter, we're cramping our style, we're cramping our energy. I've made it in my angelic Feng Shui. I say to people, we start collecting things and then they start collecting our energy, with the energy, with the vibration. So as soon as you start shifting things, and in Feng Shui practice, if you move 27 objects, I believe because the 2 and 7 equals a 9. If you move 27 tchotchkes, for example, or move 27 things, you will be shifting energy. So you can start with that. Just start with little shifts in the energy, and you will feel the difference.
Nice. Thank you for sharing that. You had, there's a lot going on globally in the world and society and all of that. And we talked a little bit about 2023, and you had told me that calmness was going to be the superpower for 2023. You still feeling that?
I'm sorry, what was the statement?
You had told me that calmness was going to be the new superpower for 2023.
Yep, that was an angel message, okay, with the vibration.
Okay.
Because of staying calm. Because every day we think we've seen everything. I think your listeners, and will have agreed that we think we've seen it all, and then someone does something we can't even imagine how they thought of doing that. It's just shocks. We're experiencing what I call soul shudderings, Okay, it shudders your soul. You go, oh my gosh, that's the most shocking weather I've ever seen. Okay, with the vibration, oh my gosh, that's the most shocking behavior I've ever seen. And so it goes right through your body. It's okay. It goes right through because you're witnessing this. We're here. And we are here to witness it so that we respond with our light. All right. It may be to send light to those in need, through our prayers, through visualizations. You may get actually involved in some way, but maintaining our peace, bringing how fast. Michael has said, it's not if something is going to happen, but when it happens to you, how fast can you bounce back? How fast can you be resilient to get yourself back in the center point? And then you have your own ways. Everybody has. It might be that you use smelling salts. Remember, that's what people would do in the past.
I do, yeah.
Okay, good. How do you revive yourself? Okay. How do you get yourself back up? Like we all want to pass out or faint. We go, oh my gosh, get those smelling salts, so to speak. All right. So that you're back and being a participant that is sending light.
Okay. That makes sense. That's beautiful. I really appreciate what you shared today. Lots of great comments in the chat sessions. Folks are, I think, looking to re-listen. One of the folks said that they didn't bring their notepad to take some notes on some things. So I will try to get some of your links and connections up on the website and out there for the notes, so people can also access some of the places that you referenced today. Any last things you want to leave?
If they want the PDF, everything I shared in the list, what you're talking about, is in the peace offerings.
Okay, perfect. I will list that then. I will put that up there and I will reference that, and that makes it easy.
Yeah, make it easy for everybody. Make it peaceful.
Make it peaceful, absolutely. This was just so beautiful. I have to tell you, my energy has just shifted in the last 45 minutes, and listening and the little exercises that you had us participate in. I'm always, whenever there's a new exercise, I'm going to jump right in and give it a try. And it's interesting because it had an immediate effect. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, and love to everyone.
Love to you, Jayne. You have a great day. Thank you.
You too, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was just beautiful and special. It seemed like it was honestly just a nice flow with Sarah and then getting into Jayne. Next, we're going to have Dr. Chris talk. She's going to talk about labyrinths. But in the meantime, Mary Armendez, she's not on our list of speakers that I had put out there, but she jumped in the studio. So we're going to have her talk for a couple of minutes here. And then when she is done, we're going to jump into Dr. Chris. So hang tight, guys. Hi, today we have a special treat, someone that is actually not on the summit schedule. I have spiritual illuminator Mary Armendez. Thanks for the time out today. Mary, you do so much work with empowerment and healing. I know you use a lot of different modalities and spiritual tools. Just because you're jumping in today, what would you like to share with the people out there?
I thank you for having me, first of all. And today I'd love to share with everybody talk a little bit about energy and how we constantly leak our energies. So I just want to start with, that we are all made of sound and light, and sound is our emotional body and light is our masculine mental mind, right? So when we leak our energies, I just want everybody to be aware of when we leak our energy, we are depleting ourselves. So I'm just going to quickly go through things about how we're leaking our energy and when we're leaking our energy. And then I'm going to teach you how to call your energy back. And then I'm going to show you how to put your bodies in phase. So first of all, we have our masculine mind. That is our light, right? And when that is working at the highest vibration, that's when all the yummy, good intuition comes in, all the creative energy comes in. But When we're at the lower mind of the masculine, we leak our energy. So what do we need to look for? We need to look for when we are thinking in the past, when we're thinking in the future, we're leaking our energy. When we're judging ourselves or we're judging others, there it goes, we're leaking our energy. When we are trying to want things, trying to control things, we're leaking our energy. And comparing. So watch it when you see yourself doing these things. We're letting our energy go. Bye-bye. And we get depleted. So now let's go to the feminine. So now when we start leaking our energy in the feminine, this is like the lowest vibration you can go. So that's when we have guilty thoughts, guilty feelings, when we want to blame ourselves or blame others, or if we have self denial or shame, we leak our energy. And unworthiness is one of the key things that just totally makes our energy go down. So I just want you to be aware of that. The good news is that our energy never dies. So all those thoughts and all those emotions are out there. So guess what? We can call them back. So we can become one again. So we can step into our divinity, into our humanity. So if you just want to close your eyes, if you want, I'm going to go through a quick exercise with you on how to call your energy back. So first, what I'd like you to do is just close your eyes and imagine a beautiful purple waterfall just flowing over you. And that is just getting you just set in this beautiful energy to transform and forgive. So we're going to transform and forgive all those thoughts that are out there. So it's very simple. We close our eyes, we're in the beautiful waterfall, and we say, I call my mental energy back to me, purified and restored, because we want the energy to come back purified. We don't want the yucky stuff that we put out there. Purified and restored. I call my mental energy back to me right here, right now, in the present moment. And the energy will just start flowing back through you, through that waterfall. I call my emotional energy back to me, purified and restored. I call my physical energy back to me, purified and restored. I call my spiritual energy back to me, purified and restored. I call my physical energy back to me, purified and restored. Now, all this energy is just sense it, feel it, coming back, filling you up wherever you leaked it. And we can even call back our innocence. We can call back our sexual energy. And just let this energy just flow into you, filling you up. I allow, I allow. And if you want, you can be more specific too. So you can go back and say, I call that time I was really angry at that particular person, call that energy back. But we don't have time for that today. But that is a perfect tool to learn how to start taking control of that energy and bringing it back. So I hope you enjoyed that. I think I might have one more couple of minutes to show you how you put your bodies into phase. So we have 4 bodies. We have our spiritual body, we have our mental body, we have our feminine body, our emotional body, and we have our physical body. So this is a great exercise to do every single day. So what you want to do is you want to close your eyes again. And I want you just to close your eyes and imagine a beautiful ruby red body, just this beautiful ruby red body right in front of you. Once you get that ruby red body in front of you, now, if you can't see it, it doesn't matter. It's the intention. And now I want you to see a beautiful sapphire blue body standing right next to the ruby red body. Get that sapphire blue body. Here it is. It's forming. It's right there. And then next to the sapphire blue body is a coral beautiful body standing there. And once you have that image, sense it, feel it, know it, you're going to see a green body, a beautiful emerald green body standing in front of you. Now we have all 4 bodies in front of us. I want you to go back to that ruby body. And that ruby body is just standing there, beautiful, bright ruby red. And go to the blue body. The blue body is going to walk inside the ruby body. So the blue body is walking inside the ruby body, and those energies are going to combine, and they're violet, beautiful violet. They're one body, violet. And I want you to say, my mental body is one with my feminine body or emotional body, whatever works for you. So you got this gorgeous, expanded, massive violet body. Now I want you to bring your attention to the coral body. And the coral body is going to walk right into the green body. And those 2 colors are going to spin, spin, spin. And they are going to turn multiple colors, just beautiful, multiple colors. Actually, they're just going to turn white, pure white, okay? And I want you to say, my spiritual body is one with my physical body. My spiritual body is one with physical, and it's bright, bright, huge, expanded white body. Now I want you to look, and you have 2 bodies now. You have your violet body, and you have your white body. Your violet body is going to walk into your white body, and they're going to combine. Those beautiful colors are just making magic. They're combining. They're expanding, and they're going wider and wider and wider. Your beautiful body. And I want you to say, all my bodies are in phase. All of my bodies in our phase. Mental, spiritual, physical, and emotional are all one. And they are every single color that you've imagined, every color you've never seen. Just feel it, sense it, know it. You are in perfect harmony. You are in perfect balance. You are one with your divinity, and you are one with your humanity. I suggest you do this every day. And then you can just come on back when you're ready. So I hope you enjoyed that. Oh, I hope you liked that. I hope you enjoyed that. Try to do that every day, because it truly does work, and it expands you. And I promise you will have the most glorious day, because you are in perfect alignment. So thank you so much for having me today.
Mary, that was incredible. What a way to reset ourselves. So simple and easy. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, I know that you just jumped in, sort of a quick add-on and gift for all the summit. I will add you onto the website page, your demographics and all your information. And I just want to let all the people out there, you recently recorded a podcast with Happy Hour for the Spiritually Curious, and that will be live next month in August. So this is just a little truly taster of how amazing that podcast show is going to be. Thank you very much. And if anyone wants to get a hold of Mary, they can go to Mary Armendariz.com.
That's right. Oh, thank you so much. And I hope everybody has a wonderful time at the conference, and they learn a lot and expand.
That's what we're here for. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Sandra.
You gotta love Mary. How's everyone doing out there? It has been a nice day. We have had some amazing speakers. Mary, you gotta love that energy. She gets everything lifted and moving for us. Next, we have Dr. Chris Van Huysse. I hope I say her name right. She has been sitting there in the green room. So I am going to bring Chris on.
Hi,
Chris.
Sandra.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm doing really well. I'm super excited about. I'm super excited to have you here today. Sorry, I have this wonderful cup of it tastes like a chai tea to me that was just gifted to me shortly. So I'm sort of like focused on my tea there a little bit. But you're going to talk about labyrinths, and you have a really you have a very special experience with that, and a pretty cool direction that you're going to go with it, and how powerful they are. I've had some experience. I've certainly have walked them and used them myself, but after speaking and talking with you, your experience was just off the chart. And as you well know from an event that I presented with, we both presented last year at one of Raquez's master classes. I have a couple of spots on the farm that I'm looking to put labyrinths. So it's definitely going to be incorporated as part of the Wild Souls Gathering retreat environments to bring up. And it was interesting. We just had Jayne Feldman on, the angel lady, and when she was talking about, the whole nature and how to breathe nature in and it feeds us, I just immediately just went back to the farm and the peace that it brings me. So I'm going to let you get started, and I'm just going to ask you, I have your slide deck up.
Okay.
You need to, so I'm hoping that it's all going to work and be fine. Okay. So what I'm going to ask, since you're not controlling the slide deck and I am controlling the slide deck, I can turn it on and off. You just have to say next slide. What I will tell you is I won't be able to go backwards, but I can go forwards.
That's fine. That's fine.
So you're in control. You tell me what to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Greetings to everybody who's joining in today. I'm Chris Van Huysse. I was an art teacher in Cleveland schools for many, many years. And then when I retired, I became a certified yoga teacher. So that's just a little bit about my background. But anyway, if you don't mind, Sandra, could you cue up the first slide? So there's a Latin phrase called solvitur ambulando. It's from St. Augustine, and it is translated as "it is solved by walking." So I need to talk about a personal event that happened to me, and if you could cue up the next slide, that would be great. So this is kind of background for how I got into. So this is my son, Max. March 18th, 2020, I was working at the computer, looked out my door, and I saw two people in uniforms standing outside my door. And, they came in and told me that my son, Max, had died. There's a lot of layers to this whole story, which that's not the point of going into this today. And I don't want to sound detached from this event because it's been the worst thing I think that's ever happened to me. So, and I'm sure you can understand that as a mother losing a child. So I did many things to try to heal. Well, you never heal from it, I honestly, when I was trying to prepare this talk, it came to me, I don't even know how I got to this point today where I can sit here and talk about it publicly. I did go to Rick Hayes, who was on yesterday. I saw him about once a month. I also had craniosacral treatments every few weeks. So those two things were key factors in getting me at least through those first few months. So anyway, if you remember March 18, 2020, that's when COVID had just broken out. So I don't know, Sandra, excuse me, if people can now see me, or is it just the slide on the screen? So anyway, I don't know if you can still see me speaking here, but anyway, if you, during COVID, my husband had passed away about 6 years before, and, I was alone, during much of the time, and COVID was a horrible time. But I did have Max's dog with me, and one thing that I made myself do was to go out and walk the dog in parks. That's about what we could do, right, socially. And I had long ago read that phrase, "it is solved by walking," but when I walked my dog, Max's dog, in the park, that phrase would come back to me, "it is solved by walking." I mean, sometimes you don't know where those messages come from, but it's sort of the theme for this, because so much of the past 3 years has been involved in just kind of trying to physically, step by step by step, move forward from something that's crushing. So crushing grief. So anyway, those were those two things in particular. Of course, there were other things, friends reaching out, family reaching out. But those two things, as far as healing, were two of the main things that carried me forward, along with the walking. So to go back a little bit in time, you could put up the Labyrinth from New Mexico. In 2006 or so, please put that up. I had taken a painting class out in New Mexico. And, 2006, I had read the book, Walking a Sacred Path by Lauren Artris. She is a priest in Grace Cathedral in San Francisco, but she had started the whole Labyrinth movement across the most recent one, starting in the 90s. So she wrote that book, I read it, and I started walking labyrinths, but they were kind of, it was definitely to find peace for whatever time I was with at those points in time. Wherever I was mentally or spiritually. And they were very peace-giving. That one in Mexico in particular, it's actually at Ghost Ranch where George O'Keeffe lived and painted, and in Abiquiu, New Mexico. And I had taken a painting class out there. I was an art teacher, previously. So the whole class walked that labyrinth together in a procession. You can see the red dirt. It's formed by rocks. Many labyrinths are just outside, on concrete platforms or slabs, or made like this one in New Mexico out of stones. Or I've even been to one in Lilydale, New York, that has actually small bushes around it that kind of guide you through the path. So anyway, I found back then that walking a labyrinth was a walking prayer. It was a way to calm down, to relax, to find peace. So then 2020, when Max died, I didn't do it right away. I didn't walk labyrinths right away. Maybe by the fall, I had started walking one, and here or there. Just as an aside, you can find there is a worldwide labyrinth locator that you can just go online, put in the zip code or city or address or whatever, and find a labyrinth near you. They're all over now. It used to be harder to find them, but now you can find them almost anywhere. A lot of churches have them. Parks have them. Wellness centers have put them in. So later in this broadcast, I'll talk a little bit about how do you do a labyrinth walk. Of course, there are many, many ways to do that. There's just not one certain way, but we'll do that, and then we'll also have a small or short guided meditation at the end. So anyway, so I'm in 2020 dealing with this overwhelming grief, and found myself on different paths. Sometimes, I tried to walk every day to get out of the house and in some kind of way move forward. So, so then in 2021, a good friend of mine was concerned about me healing, and she invited me out to Utah to go to a resort out there with her. So I knew they had a labyrinth there, red dirt too, just like this one at New Mexico, but was very different. We were there like Sunday to Friday, and there were all kinds of classes to take, which I did, and then it got to be, and I kept intending to walk that labyrinth, but it kept just getting postponed because I had other things scheduled, and I mean, it was fine. I was doing other things to heal too. So Friday morning it had rained, and Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, California, there's sage all over. So that morning it had, rained, but by the time, I only had a few hours left. So I thought it's now or never to get out there and walk. And so when I went out there, I took off my shoes, sat on, they had these little trunks, tree trunks that were, like sometimes you see at campgrounds that they had made into a little seat. So I sat there and I could smell that sage kind of blowing across the area it was. And, sage is a very purifying scent. So I was sitting there and, I said a prayer before I went in, and it was kind of muddy, I remember. But anyway, I had taken off my shoes and asked for blessings. At the time, I had asked for answers to Max's death. So I took steps in there. So on the way in, I kind of, I would say I was having visions. An angel came to me part of the way in. I know Max was there. I sensed my husband further in, and Mary and Jesus at one point. I hesitate to say this because these kinds of visions for me don't happen often within a labyrinth walk, but they certainly did that day. And I don't know if it was because I was open, I had taken all those classes, gotten all those treatments that week, or maybe maybe I was more centered, or was it that particular space? I think land holds energy, so I'm not sure, but that was almost like a mind-blowing experience. So I get to the center, and to understand, this labyrinth was sort of like this. It was kind of down. I had to walk a path down to get to it, but there were trails all around. This is Utah, lots of hiking trails, right? So but the trails were kind of elevated. So there was nobody around that morning. And so I get to the center, nobody on those trails, get to the center, and there was also a medicine wheel off to the side, about 20 yards away, that I had considered walking, but I don't know that much about medicine wheels, so I kind of stuck to the labyrinth. So I look over there and I see this guy standing there. And like I said, those trails were empty. I wasn't sure where that guy came from, but his back was toward me. And so then, Max's father was he was part Native American, and so Max had that ancestry, and so I got in the very center, and I'm like, what? So I just looked at the person standing there. So I'm in the very center of the labyrinth, facing one direction, turn around and start to come out, and that person was gone. Didn't see him on any trails. I didn't see, he wasn't walking out of that mess. And, when you get into a labyrinth, to turn around, come back out, it's only maybe 30 seconds at the most, if that, depending on how fast you walk. So, I took that as a vision from him. Now, I have to say, I mentioned before, not every labyrinth I walk is that impactful, is that, most of the time I always feel peace. But there have been those cases where I sense those visions or, light beings that come to me. So, and I'm not going to discount it. I believe truly that they're there. So that was one walk in particular that really sticks with me. So getting back to Lauren Artris, the woman who wrote the Labyrinth book and the founder of labyrinths across the country, and really started the movement across Europe as well. I had read that book in 2006. It was in the back of my mind, I'd pick it up every so often from my bookshelf, go through it. And then about 10 years ago, I noticed that Lauren was starting to offer classes in Chartres, France. So I was an art major in undergrad. I had studied Chartres Cathedral in, how it is in our undergrad classes. I probably had one chapter on the whole cathedral. And, but when I heard that Lauren was teaching there, it just drew me in. But that was 10 years ago. I didn't act on it. We were doing other things. I was visiting Max wherever he was, but it was always in the back of my mind, I need to do that. I need to go to Chartres. So I think it was around Christmas this year. I almost went last summer, but with Europe last summer was still really crowded. Well, I suppose it's always crowded, but, I decided I would wait till 2023. And so around Christmas, I thought, no, I'm going to do it this year. I'm not getting any younger. And I need to do that. This has been on my list to do. So I signed up for the class. As it turns out, my niece decided that she would like to go with me. My niece Courtney, she had never been to Europe, and it ended up being a blessing. I had lived in Europe for 5 years, but it had been a long time ago, and I wasn't quite sure I could navigate everything. And so I was really glad that she had decided to go. So I told her my week is the Chartres week. I had signed up for a class called Holding Space for the Sacred. And that was going to be my week. I said, you can plan whatever you want, any other part of the time that we're there. So she did, but that's a whole other story. Anyway, so we went in June. And just so you know, Chartres, there were 3 main pilgrimage passages through Europe in the Middle Ages. One went to Rome. One was to Santiago de Compostela in Spain, the Way. And then the other one was to Chartres. The reason why Chartres was one of the pilgrimage churches was that it had a special relic. So, all these European churches had relics that would call people. So the one at Chartres it's called the Holy Camisa. It's the cloth that Mary wore when, supposedly when she gave birth to Jesus. So Sandra, would you mind putting up the next slide? I think it's Chartres, the cathedral itself. So when you come into Chartres, the cathedral was built way up on a hill, right? Like many of the cathedral churches were throughout Europe, other places too. So you see it from probably 20 miles away, just this little dot on the horizon. And I remember through other readings I had that Yeah, if you don't mind, cue up the next slide, that's fine. So this is the front facade. You can see the outside of the rose window, one of the really famous rose windows in a European church. I think actually there are 3 rose windows in Chartres, but this is the main one. And then there are something like 4,000 statues around. You can see in the arches above the doors, if you can see close enough, there are all kinds of figures that are carved into that. So Chartres was a mystery school back in the Middle Ages. It was before universities were existing. It ran a school, but the school was devoted to not just religious teachings, but astrology, all kinds of different sciences. So, it was kind of one of the centers for education in Europe. Of course, back then, most of the people could not read. So they would come into the church, look at the statues, and the whole story of Christ was in the stained glass there, in the statues, in all the figures that you see on the whole church. So anyway, so it's a very special place. It was dedicated to Mary and the Blessed Mother. There are no bodies buried in the church. Most European churches had crypts underneath that, had a saint or, local person buried there. But Chartres did not have that. They dedicated the church to Mary, and, they didn't want her to be focused on anybody like a body or whatever, or the spirit from that body, but on the people who came in there. That was the intention. The whole church is dedicated to Mary. It's a prayer to Mary. It was built in 26 years. One of the fastest churches built in Europe, cathedrals at the time. I mean, if you can ever go there, it's just a wonderful place. I can't even describe it in words. It's so amazing, from the stained glass windows. You could cue up the next slide. And I had read about this many years ago. They can't figure out how the blue in those windows was created. There's no other place in the world that has it. It's called Chartres blue. When you walk in there, it is like this electric blue with the light coming in. So I'm just setting the context for our walk there, for the Labyrinth walk, because I use the word ethereal to describe the experience there, which is a little bit hokey in a certain way, but I can't think of another word to use to tell you about it. So once again, this is just setting the context. So we were scheduled to walk the Labyrinth. So we get there on Monday, the class, we had a reception that night. We had classes all week long. Well, class is a little bit too formal. We had meditations, we had prayers, singing, dancing, and then lectures about Labyrinth and about Chartres itself. And then walking tours, lectures too. So anyway, we were scheduled to walk the Labyrinth there Wednesday night. So in Europe, the sun stays out a long time. It doesn't get dark till 10:30 in the summer. But we were scheduled at 7:30, so there was still light in the church. So there were 30 of us in the class, wonderful people in a wonderful class. So we walk into the north side of the church. That's called the dark side of the church, which is where pilgrims for, 1,200 years. Chartres was built in the 12th century, pilgrims came in that door, the north door, coming in from the dark and going into the light of that church. So we went down into the crypt. Most European churches have a crypt underneath, but as I said, there was nobody, no person, no body buried there. There were altars and, places to pray, but no sarcophagus. So we walked down into the steps. Everybody's quiet. There were candles lighting the way, small votive candles lighting the way into this crypt. There was a woman chanting medieval chants in French as we walked in. So as I'm walking in, this is kind of funny in a way, I kicked 3 of the candles, those little votive candles. I kicked them. I had to put them back, which I did, set them back up. But, I'm like, what is wrong with me? So we find a seat. There was a prayer said. There was more chanting. We were all getting centered, I think, or speaking for myself, centering, going within. And then we were invited to walk up into the narthex. So you have to go back up the stairs, but this was, stairs coming up into the church. So 7:30 at night, there's light, this beautiful light streaming in. There's a choir singing in French as we processed in. I don't know if everybody did. I took off my shoes, started walking the labyrinth. Well, said a prayer first and then started walking. And, the whole time after Max died, I never got angry at God. I, in fact, had a really hard time even sensing that God was there. I don't think I felt abandoned. I just felt numb, I suppose. So this was the first time I start walking in that path. I still was not angry. I just started saying, why? Why did you take it? I started crying. So I did start crying that night too, but as I said, I wasn't angry. But this is like the first, there are 9 circuits they're called, or I'm sorry, 11 circuits on that labyrinth. So there are 11, you could actually see it on my t-shirt. There are, you could cue up the labyrinth if you want, Sandra, please. So this was in the first circuit, the very most outer one. I guess it's the next slide, sorry. You can see the blue here for sharp, sorry. It's the next slide. There. So the labyrinth that night was framed by candles too. So you can see that there, if you can count them, 11 circuits around, and they weave in and out, of each other. So that very first circuit, the wide one, is when I had that just sort of questioning God. Why did you take him? Why? I don't understand it. Why? And I did not get an answer. My cat's here now. Interesting. So anyway, so along the way, I had other thoughts and senses come to me. Mary at one point. And then I make it to the center. Of course, there were 30 people in the class. So by then there are a lot of people in the center too, which, so then we kind of, I don't know, it was almost spontaneous. As you walk into a labyrinth, if there are a lot of people, you obviously have to pass people, either as they're going in, because you're in a deeper part of the labyrinth, or as they're coming out. So we kind of started all hugging each other as we went, as we were, kind of moving through it. But I also noticed, I still had those thoughts about God, why? But as I didn't want to look up. I was so imbalanced. I almost had to put my hands out to the side because I was so wobbly And I almost felt like I was drunk walking, I so drunk in church, but what, anyway, that was the sense I had. I was scared to look up. I thought I might fall. So, so I get to the center, we all were hugging each other, smiling, not talking, just, it was still silent. And then as I came back out, once I had gone into the center, came back out, I started looking up. It's unbelievable. I don't know how high that ceiling is, but it's cavernous, and then there's vaulted ceilings, and because of the way the cathedral is constructed, sound carries across the whole cathedral. I mean, there's no echo. It's just this beautiful sound. So the choir's still singing, and I felt so uplifted and light-hearted. It was, one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced. So, I mean, we can talk a little further, but I also want to allow you to ask questions, Sandra. And, I can only recommend it. I mean, it's a very personal thing to me, partly based on my experiences, but people walk labyrinths for all kinds of reasons. Some people do bring their sorrows there. Some people bring their joys. I've read that there have been weddings that take place on a labyrinth or other kinds of events. So I recommend it to anybody who is seeking an answer in your life. So I don't know, Sandra, do you have any questions you have for me, or? I can't hear.
Well, that would be because I'm muted. So I do have some questions, and
Okay.
that is just truly such a beautiful story with how you got started with it. And I know that you had sent me some information, and you were literally sending me pictures from the cathedral when you were in there.
Right.
So when you were talking about feeling dizzy and lightheaded, do you feel like that was like an energetic, like the energy of the building and the energy of the labyrinth was affecting you?
Yes. The next morning we had sort of after we all walked, we were released to do whatever we wanted that night. And, the next morning we had a wrap up. So I went to one of the group leaders that morning, and I said, I don't know what was wrong with me last night. I stumbled on the way into that crypt. When I was walking, I had to put my hands out. I felt so wobbly. And she said, Chris, that labyrinth has been walked for over 1,000 years. People have walked that. There's so much energy there. I'm sure you were sensing, and I'm sure I was, because like I said, it was just so, I didn't feel it until I walked in, partly into the crypt, but mainly into the labyrinth.
Okay, I wondered, because I've heard other people talk a lot about a lot of these older spiritual sites that have been around, and how they hold that energy, and it's such a positive, uplifting energy that it just really permeates people with it. The other thing, well, one of the things I do have to comment on, and I almost looked at it and added it to your slide deck, was you sent me a picture of that circular blue stained glass window at the very beginning with the light coming through it.
Yeah.
And even in the photograph, the vibrations from that picture, when I opened it up on my iPhone, literally came through like I was mesmerized by it. And
Right.
I actually looked at the picture a number of times, which was odd, but it was just so striking with the blues. And I think it was you were just getting ready to do your walk when you sent it to me. We were doing some energy exchange with that. So it's like when you talk about things, sometimes you have to experience it to really absorb it. It's hard to put it into words.
Right.
So we had talked once in the past about the different labyrinths we walked, and there's one up at Ursuline College up in the Cleveland area.
Right.
And it's one of those, I don't know if it's a concrete one or if it's the stone, it was created with stone blocks. And we talked about you prefer to be out in nature with the ones that are in the ground. You feel like the energy is very different with it versus the ones in the concrete. So this situation was a little flip for you, because if it was in the church, you were either on marble or some kind of a substrate that wasn't directly on the earth. What was the difference with that?
Well, the Labyrinth, there were 27 cathedrals that still have labyrinths in them. Labyrinth walking in the Middle Ages was far more common in churches. And then I don't know about the history of those others, but I think it was the French Revolution, the Chartres Labyrinth started to be covered with chairs. And it was Lauren Artris who went in the 90s and actually moved the chairs off of that so that she and a group could walk. But
Really?
Getting back, yes, it had been covered. Now it's uncovered on Friday afternoons for several hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was able to arrange that walk for us that evening. So I think it has gained more prominence to actually be walking those in a church. But getting back to your question, I think it is energy. I think buildings have energy, places, obviously the land does. I definitely think that especially when you approach a building like that, and I've been to a church in New Mexico, Chimayo. They don't have a labyrinth there, but I feel that ground is sacred there too.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the cathedral in Chartres was built on a Druid worship site. They had already had a I don't know if it was temple, or at least it had been a place where people went through history that had a certain energy. So yes, I do think, the earth definitely has energy in certain spots. We've heard of vortexes, right? And
Sure.
Sedona and so forth, but definitely. And I believe that faith, whatever your faith is, that prayer, let's just say prayer, because faith can be a loaded word,
Yeah.
but over 1,000 years of prayer in one spot, one place, one building, there has to be different energy there. I think you can sense it, if you center yourself and get quiet,
Well, that makes sense, especially with the way you're feeling. And actually, I didn't realize that with the history. So it's even more than 1,000 years. So it was a sacred worship site before that. And probably that energy is what drew them there to build this worship site. So I know that walking the labyrinth historically has been around, and it was much more accepted. And then I think it sort of got seen as perhaps dark energy, and then churches wanted to hide them and not acknowledge that they existed or whatever. But I'm surprised when you said the 1990s. I didn't realize that's not that long ago.
No.
That this is being uncovered, and that there's the shift, and we're sort of going back to those energy, because I'm guessing there's a huge energy vortex in the area. One of the other things you shared with me, I'm sorry, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I was going to say, it isn't just Christian places that have had labyrinths. Native Americans do. All throughout the Middle East, there are different ones. They're a little bit different from Chartres Labyrinth. Chartres Labyrinth is almost like the mother of labyrinths. The patterns. But Native Americans are a little bit different. The ones that they have built. I'm sure you've seen spirals out west, or pictures of them at least. But that people have been doing these walks for centuries, thousands of years. It's not just a Christian practice. But I think there is a renaissance or rebirth of labyrinth walking because there's so much need these days. You know, we're a lot of it. Well, most of us are searching for a path to peace.
Yes.
So.
A path to peace seems to be truly a theme of the day because it has been weaved in every talk. It's been weaved in every talk that we've had. And when I was, decided that a labyrinth was something that would be on the Farm for Wild Souls gathering, I actually started doing research because I wasn't that knowledgeable about it, but I was just really pulled to do it. And I ended up buying a book. And when I got the book, I was like, I had no idea there are so many different types of labyrinth and really how many different cultures. I just thought that there was maybe 3 or 4, but it's much more involved than that, and picking the pattern and sort of the history of them and what they mean.
So Lauren started, it's called Veriditas. I have a small biography at the end of this talk, or the slides, and it's Veriditas. And every Friday they do a finger labyrinth walk that's free. You can go on their website. You have to sign in before and request a link. But every Friday afternoon, and it's California, so 3 hours. I'm in Ohio. I'm sure people are spread out throughout the country, but 3 hours difference. But I mean that's something anybody can do, and it's free.
I get it. Actually, I didn't get the list on that last slide. I think I have a grass green one that's on there, but I am going to embed it into the YouTube information where people can hit the link.
All right.
And I'm also going to embed it on the website. So it'll be in a couple different places for people to add to it. So the other thing, just real quick with this trip, I know you're going to do your meditation, and I'd have just a titch of an obsession with it. Was Chartres is close to Joan of Arc, Orleans. Was it that far away or pretty close? Or because that also speaks to me about the.
Speaks to you about what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the energy.
Right. So Orleans or Orleans, I guess. I'd say it's maybe 50 minutes from Chartres, but it's a little bit southwest. We left, like I said, my niece figured out what we were going to do after Chartres. So we left Chartres probably Saturday afternoon about 1 or so and drove to Rouen. So Rouen is a little bit north of Chartres, and it was where Joan of Arc actually was born and was actually put to death there. So it was a Saturday afternoon, city markets, and Rouen's cathedral was famous to me because Monet painted so many versions of it throughout the day. He did all kinds of like morning on the cathedral, afternoon, evening. So there's many versions of his paintings. So I was kind of interested in that. I didn't realize that she had been put, burned at the stake in that town. So when we kind of realized that there was a museum dedicated to her. So I started asking people, where is the place, the plaza where she died? And and people kept saying, oh, it's down that way, go this way. So it ended up being, and it was a very hot day. I remember that. And so we end up at this plaza. It was filled with people, but tucked away into this little corner was a statue dedicated to her, and that was the spot where she was executed. So but it kind of surprised me that there weren't more pilgrims there. I mean, they did have a little visitor center kind of place with an altar inside, actually, but it kind of surprised me. It was a city bustling market, people just around. It wasn't a holy spot. I mean, like to me, Chartres is, but it just was a little bit juxtaposed, I think, to what happened there, I guess. But then in the end, I thought, well, that's probably how it was back then when she was executed there.
Yeah.
You know, it was a open plaza, right?
Yeah,
Mark?
that would make sense.
Yeah.
It struck me when you were talking, and when I realized that was that close, that's a lot of historical big time energy for
Yeah.
different things that had happened, for sure.
Right.
So I don't see any other questions in the chat. Do you have anything else you wanted to add before you do your meditation?
Well, I just want to give a few tips, not
Okay.
about how to walk a labyrinth.
Oh, yeah, that's important.
When you approach the labyrinth, to me, it's not about the thoughts you have so much. Of course, you think going in, but still, it's really about trying to get centered, it's more about the heart, what feeling, sensing, you know. So I always try to sit quietly before I walk into a labyrinth, and try to center myself. You can pray, ask for guidance, ask that you be blessed as you walk. But I have to say, though, so that's more intentional. What do you want out of this? When I walked in Utah, actually, I was going to go in with tell me what happened to Max. Let me know what happened. But then, as it turns out, I didn't go there at all. As I was walking in Utah, it seems to me what works best for me now is to try to get quiet and get centered, and then begin to walk. So as I said, if you look into ways, there are many. Every person would have a different style. That's just what I've found. To me, if I'm being respectful, I take my shoes off. I mean, you can't always do that in a building, obviously, but almost every labyrinth I've walked, I've taken off my shoes. It's just making that contact with earth or the energy that you find in a place,
Yeah.
So, anything?
No, that sounds good.
I do have one little, a very, very short meditation. I'm just going to cue up the music here.
Let me cue you on the screen.
Okay. Sorry, let me get the X words. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So, do you mind putting up the labyrinth that's green? The one with stones and there. So I would just invite you right now. I'm going to play the music. So the flute player is Judith Tripp, and it's the music she created for when she was part of our team in short, but she wrote it specifically for the cathedral. So I'm going to cue up that music. Just a single flute. If you want, you could close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Notice how your feet are resting on the floor, how they're making contact. Notice where you're sitting. Sense yourself seated and weighted into the chair or floor, wherever you're seated. Taking a deep breath in, long exhale out. Imagine yourself walking a path, green open space. Is there a question you need to ask in this space? Is there a connection you want to make? Focusing on yourself as you walk this space, this beautiful open green space. Noticing the feeling of your feet stepping on this path. Maybe noticing the air that surrounds you, sunlight on your skin. Walking with an open heart. And then begin to return yourself to the room where you are. Blinking open your eyes once again. Feeling yourself rooting down to your chair or seat. And I have a prayer that I'd like to read for you as we close this practice. It's from the book Labyrinth of Chart. I lend you my path. Go walk. Do not be afraid. You will not risk getting lost on this narrow and safe road. I, the labyrinth, know how to lead you to peace, to joy, to listening to others, to your own reality, to that harmony which will allow you to integrate yourself into the universe. Walk, surrounded by the light that illuminates and gives meaning to the whole path. Tiny, fragile, stray particle you will become. You, pilgrim, a spark at the center of the world. Peace, love, and light to all of you on your own walks and path. Many blessings to you. Take care. Thank you for joining. And stay cool.
I could hear you talking with that. There we go.
Hey, thank you. I got caught up in your meditation there. Like I was having a moment with it. That flute. I will have to say anything with our native and indigenous population and flutes always really speaks to me. So I really want to thank you a lot. This was absolutely a beautiful moment. And I see we have Kim Coots is sitting in the green room, so she's ready to go. We have not had a break for our last couple of speakers, so I'm going to do the 1 minute slide real quick for all of the people viewing. And that'll give you 2 minutes. We'll do 1 minute with go do some self-care, our 1 minute countdown, and then we'll go right to Kim. Chris, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you want me to do a self-care moment?
If you can, that would be great.
Oh, you're live still. I'm muted. Hi, guys. There I am. Hello, hello. During your self-care, I'm just going to pop in while y'all go to the bathroom and take a moment for yourself. I just wanted to check in. I'm still in my closet, having a fun day. It looks like things have been going well. I've been doing a self-care day myself while popping in and out with the Wild Soul family. I had therapy this morning. I had holistic doctor appointment. I'm getting all this info. I can't wait to watch the restream. Don't forget to, if you're loving this, there is a Facebook page, Dr. Sandra Marie on Facebook. And you can also find her on Wild Souls Gathering on Instagram. You can share this link directly to your social media stories or to your page if you know of someone that might be interested. And ooh, the thunder just rolled. We're getting our Florida afternoon thunderstorms. I love it. Anyway, yeah, so feel free to share. It's a lot of good stuff. I received a lot of text messages last night, emails, posts from my personal friends and community that they were rewatching it last night and really enjoyed the opportunities that Dr. Sandra Marie, my mother, has provided for all of you. So impressed by everything she's doing. FYI, she's doing like all of this herself. So she's just a badass. And this is what you do if you have a dream, to put it to action. I mean, it's just inspiring to me, and I'm sure to many of you. Oh, it looks like the minute's up. So I'll try to put up the minute timeline so you don't have to listen to me the whole time. Actually, I don't know how to do the countdown. Shall we see if I can figure it out?
Welcome back, everyone. I was able to take care of my self-care needs, so I feel much better. I hope everyone else is out there. Lindsay, thank you for getting us transitioned here. And I have Kim Coots, who is in the studio. Kim is a spiritual healer. She's an advisor. She is also an evidential medium. And she's going to talk to us today about how to find answers to your soul-searching questions. And I actually have some questions about what a soul-searching question is. So give me a second here and we will get Kim up here.
Hello.
Hey, Kim, it's been a while. How are you?
So good and so happy to be here. Thanks for having me. It's so good to see you.
Yes, it's exciting. It's been a great summit. You're actually going to end the day for us. We have had a really interesting group of people. So that's one of the things that I like about this is it's really mixing it up with that finding your spiritual self and sort of how to fit it into your life or what areas of your life. And I know that you do some great work and you have an amazing story. So I'm not going to get into a big introduction with you. I think that your introduction comes out in your conversation, to be very honest with you. Does that work for you?
It does. And I first want to say thank you to Chris for that beautiful meditation. That was such an awesome meditation.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I seriously got lost in the flute music there. So you're talking about getting answers to your soul-searching questions.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about what is a soul-searching question? And like, what does that mean? Some examples?
Yeah. So to me, and the reason I kind of chose this topic is I think even more so in today's world, we have those soul-searching questions and they're coming up more. But I think of a soul-searching question really as something that has, it feels deeper than just a regular question that you might have. And it's not something that can be answered with your mind. You can't think hard enough to answer it. In fact, the more you think, oftentimes the answer is more elusive. So these are the questions that come up in life, and they really, to me, when I've had them and not been able to answer them, they almost haunt me. Like it's something I search for that really has the potential to shift your life. So some of those examples might be, what is my purpose?
Oh, that's a biggie
for me throughout my life, is what is my purpose? Or through the different challenges that I've experienced in my life, one of those challenges being the unexpected death of my daughter. A huge soul searching question was, what happens when we die? I didn't think a whole lot about that throughout my life, because I really didn't need to. At my age, I didn't think I needed to think about it yet, at the time. So that was a big soul searching question for me. Yeah. But those are the types of questions that I refer to as soul searching questions, the ones that really stir something inside of you, and you feel almost uneasy about it because you want to answer it so badly, but you can't find the answer out there or there in your head.
So that's a biggie. I mean, it's a biggie, and a lot of people are experiencing it these days with everything that's going on in society. And a lot of it is just unintentional and unexpected consequences from a behavior, unfortunately. So what path did that take you down, and what kind of answers have you found from that?
Well, it's interesting. Throughout my life, there's been many soul-searching questions that I've had. I would say on the purpose one, because I started asking myself that long ago, because I had a very successful business career in the corporate world. Yeah. I just really felt this deep desire to be in the spiritual healing space and pursued that. And that was an internal conflict for me between what my heart or my soul was saying and what my ego was wanting. But that question of what is my purpose, and really searching for that. And thinking of it as a career, like what career should I have for my purpose? And all of those questions that kind of lead from that one big question, what is my purpose? But what I found throughout my life in asking that question is, it's not just one thing necessarily, and it's not necessarily a career. Yes, the way that you serve the world is a part of that, but our purpose, I think of us having a purpose as humankind, as we're here to learn, grow, and experience as the divine souls that we are in the human body for a temporary time. So that's kind of a common purpose. But then we all bring our gifts, and we have challenges that our souls want to learn, and things to serve the world, gifts to serve the world. So I think part of that answer comes with the unfolding of our life. And that answer to my question of what is my purpose has definitely, it's been pretty vague, and then it gets a little bit clearer and a little bit clearer the longer I live and the more experiences I go through. So I kind of think of it as a soul searching question is almost a seed that your soul plants in your consciousness.
Interesting.
It takes time to germinate. And it may seem like it's under the soil for a really long time, and you want the flower of it now. So it's the patience of waiting for that seed to germinate and grow and develop and continue evolving as it grows and develops.
Well, that's interesting, because boy, you were very successful in your career, but always being pulled to that spiritual side, and it feels like those two don't mesh real well. Yeah, it's sort of that spiritual closet thing that a lot of times we bring up and talk. We talk about. Well, how would you say, when people are thinking about their soul searching questions, how do you separate the confusion and the clarity of all of that?
Well, I think one of the common responses to those soul searching questions is we look outside of ourselves to try to find the answer. We look in books, we ask people, we have this external search for it, which at times, certain things that come across our path, I think, can definitely lead us toward that, or they might even inspire those soul searching questions, or part of the answer for us. I think we have teachers that we meet along our path, and other people who we collaborate with that help us find those answers within ourselves. But I really think that part of it is turning inward and learning to listen to our voice and having access to our soul's voice. It's not something we're really taught. In fact, in America, our American society is very ego-based and stuck in your head. We call it the monkey mind, or constantly thinking. A lot of people are very busy, and between work and family and everything that life entails, you're constantly in your head.
Yeah.
And in my experience, I've never found the answer to a soul searching question in my mind or externally.
Nope.
It might have helped me. Those things have helped me, but at the end of the day, it's been really tuning into my intuition and listening to my intuition. That's been, I think, a big way of finding those answers.
I totally agree, 100% on board. Do you feel like sometimes, though, we're given the answers, we have the intuition, but we tend to push them aside? What do you think? People, we ask, and I would say that probably we've all been there at some point. We get the answer, but yet we don't want to embrace the answer. What are your thoughts about what sort of leads to some of that?
I can definitely relate with that. I would say that is a great example of what I mean by the ego and the soul. It can feel like there's this inner conflict because our ego wants to keep us safe and secure, and our soul's agenda sometimes is very different than the ego. So we have this almost internal conflict going on. And there's been many times that my intuition or my gut has told me one thing and I did the opposite.
Yes.
And typically that is a result of later on reflecting on it, because my ego wanted to stay safe and secure and didn't want to risk what could potentially be lost by following that. Or, I guess it would boil down to, at the end of it, what would I lose if I did that? What's at risk here? So I consider myself to be very intuitive, but I'm also very intellectual. So I have this really analytical mind. In fact, I had 30 years in the business world, in logistics of all things. Most of my career has been in logistics, so it's very analytical. But the intuitive side is very strong too. So those two strong parts of myself created a lot of conflict, and it was learning how to take that intuition. And the other thing I want to add to that is I would listen to the intuition, but I would filter it through my ego and make it in a way that did feel safe and secure. So I kind of felt like I was honoring my intuition, but I would get this intuitive hit to do something, and my ego would take it and go do it right away, rather than sitting with it and really seeing what was really there for me to go do. So I'd often find myself acting on my intuition right away and not getting the full picture, the full story. And later on down the road, realizing that I just acted too fast, or I filtered it in a way that seemed like a good way to go do things.
That quick, efficient business way, right? Get it done. So what kind of tools have you used to really help you grow in that area? Do you have different things that have resonated with you?
Yeah, interestingly, I would say one of the first times that I had a spiritual awakening, I was 27 years old. I was on a massage table. I was a busy corporate executive. I was on a massage table getting a massage, and it felt like the first time in my life my mind was quiet.
Oh, nice.
I felt like I don't know if I left my body or what, but my mind was quiet, and it's never quiet. And in that quietness, I had this experience of being I felt like I was in outer space almost, in this darkness with stars, and this beautiful pink light was in front of me with this beautiful voice, and it was talking to me, and it was telling me how we're all connected. And it was really the feeling I got from it that was so amazing to me. when the massage was over and I came to, I was like, what was that? It was incredible. It was just such an incredible experience. And that kind of set me on my spiritual path. But what I learned from that was quieting the mind, which is not easy to do for people who have a very busy mind. But some of the things that I found to be helpful with that are massages for me. Massages really help me quiet my mind, or taking a hot bath, creativity. So I think of, more ego or analytical related things being a left brain activity, and intuition being more of a right brained, and creativity is a right brained function as well. So using the right side of your brain more, doing some creative things. So oftentimes just being in the act of something creative, whether you're painting or dancing or whatever creative art or endeavor that you have, that can be very inspiring for answers just to come, just a clarity to come to answer some of those questions. I would say, meditation. I'm not a completely shut your mind down and not think of anything meditator. I'm a visual meditator. So I visualize and feel in my meditations, and that's helpful for me. But I would say probably one of the biggest tools that has been helpful for me in finding answers to those soul searching questions is shamanic journeying. And that is, shamanic journeying is an ancient healing art that the shamans or medicine men and women have used for over 60,000 years. And it's a form of meditation, but you're literally shifting your consciousness to more of the spirit planes, and you're able to connect with spirit guides that are there to help you, and getting information from, asking them for information. So shamanic journeying is an exercise that I learned in my spiritual practices, and that's been very helpful for me in finding answers. And it's not necessarily that I do a journey and I get the answer. I might get questions to reflect on that help me get to the answer. So those are some of the ways that I would say have been most helpful for me.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the shamanic journeying, because I'm hearing more and more about it. And I think that it's coming out to mainstream more because it's so valuable, and there is such success isn't the right word. People are having such positive, meaningful experiences from them when other modalities really haven't worked. How would what are your thoughts on how someone could get into shamanic journeying?
I would find a teacher that teaches it. I think it's better to work with a teacher than try to read it out of a book and do it. But working with the teacher, it is becoming a lot more common. I remember when I first stumbled upon the word shaman or shamanic, and I was like, what does that mean? Shamanic sounded kind of scary. It is not. It's all about, it's shamans. Most people know what a shaman is, the medicine men and women. But working with a teacher, there's lots of teachers out there now. The Foundation for Shamanic Studies has a great online course that you can take for shamanic journeying. And they're one of the bigger foundations, the Four Wind Society. So there's lots of teachers and organizations out there that can teach you shamanic journeying, and you can do it online as well. But I would recommend working with a teacher to do it, and just having patience with it. I find that most people catch on to it pretty quickly and easily. And even the more creative, imaginative, and intuitive you are, the easier it is as well.
Nice. So what kind of positive outcomes have you had?
With shamanic journeying, or just in general?
I would say both with your spiritual, with your asking your spiritual questions and your shamanic journeying. I'm going to go down both paths, whichever one you take me down. Okay.
I would say positive outcomes in following the answers that I've come up with in my spiritual or my soul searching questions, rather.
Yeah.
Well, getting into the spiritual healing space, for the longest time, like you said, I was that spiritual healer in the closet.
Yep.
And I had this corporate business career. And I remember one day I'm like, I need to I wanted to go on a retreat and do some soul searching and see what answers I could find. So I booked a trip to Sedona and flew down there for a couple of days, spent some time almost like on a vision quest of sorts. And what came to me from that was, it's just time to quit my corporate job. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do though. I know I want to go into the spiritual healing space. And I'm not recommending to anybody that's listening to say, go quit your job and go do this. This was the answer to my question in my circumstance. And that's what I did. And it was scary. It was so scary because I had family to take care of. And when I did that, and I didn't even know exactly what kind of business I was going to go into or what that looked like, I did quit my job, but I ended up starting my own business consulting company. And that is what kind of got started as an entrepreneur and getting out of the corporate space and more into the entrepreneurial space. So I hadn't anticipated that, but that business kind of developed on its own. All my clients came to me from referrals. Like, I did no marketing, no advertising. It just, like, the universe helped me create all that.
Love it.
Yeah. And that gave me the freedom to start building my spiritual healing practice as well. So it wasn't oftentimes our minds will take something and say, yeah, I've got to go quit my job and I've got to start this business and it's got to be successful right away. And we put all that pressure on ourselves, where when we just get really clear on what we want and what that looks like from an essence, not necessarily defining every little detail, which is extremely hard for me. As a corporate executive, I like having a plan and know everything that's going to happen.
Yep.
But the way that it shaped up and the way that it looked was so much better than I could ever imagine. And that, I literally had 2 businesses, and that helped me really be able to go into more fully the spiritual practice that I wanted, but I never could have imagined or planned it that way.
Oh, that makes
That's
sense.
one positive outcome, is I really got into doing what I love in a way that provides me a lot of freedom and making my own schedule and working with who I want to. And I didn't have that experience in the corporate world. So that is a positive outcome I can share from following the answer to my soul searching question. And the big one for me is, when my daughter transitioned, that led me on a journey to becoming an evidential medium. And I never would have planned that I would be an evidential medium. For people who don't know what that is, it's someone who communicates with loved ones on the other side. And I had always felt uncomfortable about that. So I never could have imagined that would be the journey that I would go on. But that was something that came out of my question of, how do I live after this loss of my daughter? And what do I do with all these signs and everything that's coming to me as a result of it? What do I do with this? And I will say I had my heels in the sand, and it took me a long time to come out of the closet as a medium and really, allow myself to express myself fully when I've had developed this careful career for so long. It was a challenge for me to do that, but it's been such a blessing for me to listen to that voice to tell me this is what I'm here to do, and to help other people in what I consider to be the most difficult experience I'll ever have. So helping other people in a similar situation.
So I'm going to sort of go down that path a little bit. What are some of because you really do great work with it, what are some of the healings that came out of you being an evidential, that you're still doing your evidential medium work?
Well, I will say for myself, because there's healing for myself and then there's healing for the people I work. Well, there's healing on 3 sides. There's healing for myself, there's healing for the loved one in spirit, and there's healing for the living loved one. For me personally, I know when I had this question of, do I pursue researching after death communication and the possibility of having a connection with my daughter on the other side, what if I find out I can't do it? Can I live with that? And if I do it, what does that look like, and what does that mean, and how does that change my life? And I had this amazing connection with my daughter and signs from her, but I always questioned if it was real, because I was so desperate to have a connection with her. It's like, how do you validate that it's real? So for me to do mediumship work and do readings for other people and give them validating information that I could have never known. That was very healing for me too, because it gave me the proof and the validation that I'm looking for. It also helps the people that are still living and knowing that their loved ones are still with them, that they're okay and they're in a good place, and helping to answer those questions that are really on their heart. And then our loved ones on the other side want to share messages and communicate with us too. So it's healing for on many different levels.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, you still have relationships. It's just that the relationship looks different.
Yeah, and I would say the relationship you had with your loved one depends on what relationship you have as well. My daughter and I were very close, and she is a spirit guide for me. So she works with me a lot more. Where my mom, unfortunately, transitioned 3 weeks after my daughter unexpectedly. So I had 2 significant transitions in the same month. And I have connected with my mother. I don't have the same type of relationship with my mom on the other side as I do my daughter. So it's, there's different variables. It's just like relationships here on Earth. They're not all the same. They're different.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting to know that they're just as unique on the other side as they are here. Yeah. That's awesome. I think it makes such a difference, and it makes such a difference to be able to know that your folks are okay on the other side. It's very healing for people, I find. So what are some of the messages or lessons that you learned when you didn't follow through on some of your soul-searching answers?
Gosh, I would say a big one for me is not listening to my intuition and not listening to my body when it said you need to slow down. You need to take time to yourself. And that message has been sent to me for a long time, and I didn't listen to it, and my health went downhill. And that was a lesson I learned, is really when you don't listen to your intuition, you don't listen to your body. Because I think, intuitively, our intuition comes to us in many different ways, whether it's through our intuitive senses, but it also comes through our body. So, if we tune into our body tells us things as well. And not listening to either of those 2 things and taking care of myself and putting myself at the bottom of the list always, that snowballed over time. And I had health issues that luckily I'm recovering from, but it was a big lesson for me to learn.
Okay. That sounds like it was something that went over a period of time to circle back.
Yeah.
Interesting. If someone's currently wrestling with their own soul-searching question, what type of tips would you give them?
Well, I would say to have patience. I know that's hard, especially when you have those deep questions that you want answers to. Having patience with it. Whatever your belief system is, if you have any form of relationship with what I call infinite intelligence, whether that's your higher self, God, universe, whatever you consider that to be, asking for guidance on that. Giving yourself time to access what your soul is trying to share with you, whether that's through meditation, shamanic journeying, creative pursuits, being in nature. I always tend to have a different perspective and clarity when I'm in nature. That to me is very calming and soothing. So anything you can do to quiet your mind and calm your nervous system, because I think as a society, we're so high strung, we're always busy and going, and the more we can be in that calm place, the more clarity we can get. We can access more divine guidance that way.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go down a little bit different path, only because grief seems to have been a thread throughout the day that I don't know what I expected, but it seems sort of unexpected. It's definitely a thread that has come through with all of our speakers with different elements, to be honest with you. So it was sort of interesting that you ended up being the last speaker of the day. Coincidence? Probably not. So a lot of people talked about grief today, and, a lot of that overwhelming grief that is just hard to deal with. And I believe that I feel like as a society, and I'm guessing it's not just our society, but definitely as our American society, I feel like we don't manage grief very well at all. In fact, I was talking off to the side to one of the other speakers, and they were talking about the time limit and how it's unique and different for everyone. And I was like, yes, you get 3 days off from work, when you lose someone in your family, but if it's 50 miles away, you get an extra 2 days, but then you need to be done. So that's sort of the mentality a lot of time that's out there. And then folks have people in their lives that honestly, you just don't know how to support them or understand what's happening. Can you talk a little bit about, because you manage this a little bit different. I think that you tried the traditional stuff and it didn't necessarily work so well for you. Can you talk about that and talk about alternatives that are out there for people who are just stuck and no one seems to want to talk about this?
Yeah, so just a quick note there before I dive into that. I did quit my corporate job in 2017 and became a certified grief coach because I just felt so called to that for some reason. And then I was like, I don't know what to do with this. I can't relate to anybody who's lost a loved one. So I just kind of put that to the side. And then when I had that experience myself with my daughter and my mother, and then 4 other loved ones, shortly after that, transitioning at the same time, grief is something I'm very familiar with. And some of the things that I would share around that are I say society doesn't know how to support the grieving, but the spirit world does. So to me, turning to the spirit world for support, part of that is through mediumship for me, having a connection with my daughter. Also, I got readings from mediums that really helped me. And I work with evidential mediums, which are people who get validating evidence from the loved one on the other side that there's no way they could know. That gives you that sense of proof that a lot of people are looking for. So that's a huge thing for me. I would also say my spiritual practices, the shamanic healing space has been really big for me in that. Also, understanding that grief isn't just one emotion. I know they say there's 5 stages where you go through these different emotions, but I think of grief as a ball of emotions, and you never know which emotion you're going to have. It can change in an instant. And to me, it's not a certain time that you have to grieve. Like, I'm going to be grieving my daughter for the rest of my life, the lack of her physical presence in my life and not being a grandmother and all of the things that I expected my life to be. But my nature of my grief has changed. So I started out in a pretty dark, I would say the darkness of grief was very overwhelming for me. And when I went to try all the traditional things like a counselor and grief groups and things like that, I even briefly tried the medication that my doctor wanted me to do, and none of it helped. And some of it made it worse for me, to be honest with you. I didn't find what I needed in the traditional methods. I'm sure other people do, but for me, it didn't help. So looking at all of the different spiritual healing tools and exercises, as well as finding some of those answers to my soul searching questions, have been a big part of, and that's kind of why I chose this topic today too, is people who are grieving probably have some deeper soul searching questions, or questions that got inspired because of that experience that happened. Healing work, energy work, shamanic journeying, mediumship. Also, when I look at who I was before I've gone through this experience and all of these losses, and who I am today, I also look at me being a better person. I'm not necessarily a better person, but my life is changed in ways that are more positive. So I have followed my soul more. I have completely shifted the way I take care of myself, the way I look at the world, what matters and doesn't matter. Not running my life based on a to-do list. not skipping out on family things because I'm too busy. So when I look at all of these challenges that seemed like I question whether I could live through it,
Mm-hmm.
and continuing to, there's a phrase that I really resonated with, that it's difficult, to be in the darkness of grief, but it's being in the darkness but choosing the light. So we've got to walk through it. It's, a lot of people will try to numb it out or avoid it, and I did that for a period as well, turning to food or alcohol to try to shut it out because I didn't want to feel it, or I didn't know how to feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you can't find the support you need, it can be really challenging. But there is spiritual support out there if you're a spiritual person. If you're on here, you probably are. So I would invite people who are going through grief to know that there are more options out there, and to seek what is nurturing for yourself.
Nice. I have one more question, then I'll get back to our soul searching question. So it's sort of interesting that you had this pull to do the grief counseling. That seemed weird, but you followed that voice within inside and you did it. And then you had this, I think Kira's your daughter's name, Kira, unexpectedly transitioned. Do you do grief coaching?
I do, yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's something that you offer, and I'm going to guess you offer it from a very unique perspective. So that would be pretty cool.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go back to the soul searching questions. Thank you for allowing me to have that conversation. I think it's really meaningful and it's powerful, and it's just very interesting to me because it was absolutely a thread for the day. And as we all know, grieving isn't always grieving could be anything, any kind of loss. And it's been an interesting thread for the day. So
I'm sorry, could I add one thing that's
please.
I find really helpful that just popped up that I felt like I should share is going back to it's not a set amount of time for grieving. It's the perspective that you have on grief. So the shifting of perspective is what really changes the nature of grief. It's not an amount of time. So all those soul searching questions that come up in the grief process, having patience and working through them, the shifting of perspective on what loss is, what death is, what purpose is, like all of those questions that come up, and exploring those. I just wanted to share that the shift in your perspective about it is really powerful.
Okay, that's very important. Thank you for sharing that. So with the soul searching questions, what tips can you share with the listeners who may be supporting someone other than themselves who are going through challenges and they're experiencing the soul searching question? So you're sort of the person who's watching from the other side.
Yeah, I have a friend who's actually going through that. And I would say if you have someone who's got those soul searching questions that they're really seeking and they're struggling with, to support them in that in whatever way is helpful for them. But I think asking them some questions that help them reflect internally can be helpful. A lot of, especially if they're searching for answers outside of themselves or trying to think of the answer, sharing some of the tips I shared today, like using the right side of your brain, getting into more of your intuition, the creative side, slowing your mind down or quieting your mind. When we have those soul searching questions, our mind can become more active because we're searching for that answer. So we kind of do the opposite thing and think more about it. So I would say, understand where they're at, especially if it's a relationship like that's close to you and their search for these answers is impacting you personally. It's the patience, helping them explore the answer within themselves and being supportive in whatever way, they need, and asking them, hey, I know you're struggling with these types of questions. Is there anything I can do to support you? I think that can go for either grief or soul searching questions. Most people don't know how to respond to grief or to people who are going through soul searching questions, but I think it's really helpful for someone in a support role to say, what do you need or how can I help you? And they might say, I don't know. and that's okay too. But just to know that someone is asking, what can I do to help you? And let you know I'm here, even if it's just holding space for you, I'm here to do that for you. So not telling them what to do or, things like that, what they should and shouldn't do. But just having someone holding space for you can feel so supportive too.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's really important. What you said is like not trying to be the answer, but support them in the answer. Just real quick, for the people who are listening out there, I'm having a hard time. Kim is I enjoy speaking with her. I have a hard time watching the chat and having a conversation. So it's sort of like trying to do two things. So if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. And Kim, do you have any other things that you would like to leave for the listeners?
Just to kind of round it out, to say those soul searching questions, again, I think are nudges from your soul, helping you to guide you along your way. And they take time to unfold. And hopefully some of the practices and tips that I shared today are helpful in that. But I really love that visualization of your soul planting a seed with those questions and, nourishing that seed over time and knowing that it unfolds as you go along too. And you have this beautiful spirit world supporting you in that too.
Yeah, it is interesting that either we don't know, or even when we do know, we forget that we have this like whole team of people or energies, and many of which we know actually that are there supporting us and guiding us. I see Jeannie has a question. I had said something about coming out of the spiritual closet. I think that was, you had a very successful corporate career, but you kept getting pulled to your spiritual career, but sort of keeping it under tabs for quite a while, if I do recall right. She's saying she lives in a small town. She's a Reiki master. What she's asking is, what are our thoughts on sort of how to get out of that spiritual closet?
Well, I don't think it's one answer for every person. Like I said, there were kind of steps that came up for me that I didn't plan or expect, but I would first of all have that essence of what it is you desire. So if your desire is you want to step out of that closet and become a Reiki healer and offer that to the public, or be open in offering that, really focusing in on that desire or the essence of it, and not necessarily how you're going to go do it, but sitting with that, feeling it, and then asking for guidance and whatever your belief system is, asking for guidance for that, tuning in, doing some of the practices that I shared today, and being able to shift into more of your right brain and your intuitive self and see what guidance comes to you. And it's not always do this huge thing right now. It can be small steps that build over time, or it can be something happen. Usually for me, it's something happens that there's no way I expected that to happen, or a person I meet that I didn't expect to meet. So it's having faith that you're also supported in that. But I really think the essence of what you desire and what you want to share, starting with that and seeing what comes from that. But there's also, if you live in an area that's not supportive of what you do, then look at, if you do distance healing, look at how you can offer it from a distance. If you don't do distance healing, you can train for that, because I'm a Reiki master teacher myself and I do distance healing. So there's, the mind can, often look at things this way. But when we kind of step back and say, the essence of what I want to do is I really want to follow my soul's calling, or I really want to, I really feel called into the space to be a healer. And I'm going to really sit with that essence of that and feel it and put my energy into it and ask for guidance, for support. And then listen. I think we often get signs and we often get guidance, but sometimes we miss it because we're too busy in our heads. So I would say, take some time to tune into that. I meditate every morning. Like I said, mine is more of a guided or a visualization type of meditation. It's not just trying to silence my mind. So I journey, or I do a guided, not a guided, but a visualization meditation. and I ask my guides for information or for answers or anything that can help me find those answers. So that's some of what I could share around that. I would also say one important thing that's been really helpful for me, when I do feel like I have a good answer to a soul searching question, or I've got a piece to move forward with, and my ego is kind of fighting me. So I feel that internal conflict of, oh, this is really uncomfortable. I listen to my ego. So I say, what do I look at that part of myself that is insecure or scared or saying, why would you risk that when you've done all this? And I just say, what do you need to feel safe? And I listen to it. I don't try to drown it out. I try to listen to it. And then I try to find a way to appease that voice, or, give that voice some sense of comfort in a way that doesn't stifle me doing what I know I need, what I'm called to do. So I think that's an important piece too, especially if you have a strong analytical mind or a strong ego like I do, is just listening to it and saying, okay, well, if we're going to go start our own business, let's do a budget and let's see if we know what we need to do, that, the types of things like that, to help give some voice to that part of your ego that's scared, and following an exercise to help it, or giving it some kind of guidance in a way that doesn't stop you.
Nice. I think that you covered that from all the different aspects that I was thinking of. So very, very nice job. Kim, anything else that you want to add out there?
I know those soul searching questions are hard, and they can feel haunting when you don't feel like you have the answer, or when they're fresh and they're coming up. But if you again, it goes back to perspective. If you think about it more from the perspective of, this is my soul nudging me, or this is my soul really helping me move forward on my soul path in life, and how you think of it, how you feel about it, I think that can make a big difference as well. And being gentle with yourself and compassionate with yourself, because oftentimes the things that inspire those questions can be challenges that you encounter in life, or difficulties in life. So if your soul searching questions are coming up because of a trauma or a challenge, just be extra compassionate with yourself through it.
Yeah, that is very, very important. Ginny said thank you. She has a really big fear-based ego, and she's going to sit with that for a bit. And she appreciates your response to that. She found it very helpful. So thank you, Kim.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I do want to thank you for joining us today. For anyone out there who wants to work with Kim or learn more about her, I have her website, her contact information, some of the different modalities and services that she offers on the website. I will also be adding it to the YouTube and the different go live streaming material that we have out there today, so that they can reach out to you. Kim, thank you very much. You are the best. You're doing great work. It's so meaningful, and I know it's probably not the path you would have consciously chosen to go down, but you're making such a difference for other people who just are truly lost and don't know what to do. So thank you very much. And I see that your contact information has made it to the chat.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share today, and for the beautiful work you're doing, and the vehicle that you are here, and just, it means so much to me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So thank you.
You're very welcome. You take care, Kim. Till next time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. We're going to bring Lindsay back up here. And Kim, give me a second to find which little area you are here.
Thank you, Kim. I so appreciate you. I had to actually shut my camera off for a minute, which no one else could see, but I had a little cry session.
Aww.
So I appreciate you. Thank you.
My heart goes out to you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Wow, Linz. I know. It is. It's been a day. She is truly an incredibly special person. I actually did a podcast with her a while back, and if anyone is struggling with these issues, it's a great podcast. She really put herself out there. So I personally think it was some of the best, I'll say it's the best work I did, but it's really her work and her willingness to be so authentic and vulnerable with it.
Well, you are but a conduit of all of the guests that you have on for the summit and for the show. And you do such a great job of being just that, a conduit for folks to be authentic and to be genuine, and for us to feel that and to be able to, feel their energy and their authenticity. You have a really beautiful way of just allowing that to flow through you without your, sometimes interviewers and things can put their judgment or perspective or onto it, and that's fine. There's a place for everything, but you have such a beautiful way of just allowing it to come through in the way that it's intended. So, I mean, again, I was over here like, I need a moment. Like, well, it's heavy stuff, but I mean, she inspired me, and like you said, grief comes in many forms, and I'm personally grieving a lot of my old self, my new self.
Yes.
A lot of personal death and grief in my life in a lot of arenas. So we have to let it out, or it will manifest in dis-ease, as she said.
Yeah. And, I could tell your words meant a lot to her. A lot of times people don't get feedback. But when you say that, Lens, that's, honestly, that's what the summit's about. That's what Wild Soul Gatherings is about. That's absolutely what Happy Hour for the Spiritually Curious is about. Is there are so many folks across the world, because again, I'm still in awe that the show is in so many different countries and we have so many different people listening to it, which, I mean, we're all humans, right? So, we get different influences from cultures and stuff, but the basic stuff is still the same. And folks are interested and they're looking, and a lot of times they feel so alone and they don't realize that there are so many people like Sarah Saxby out there, and Kim Coots and Chris, and they have incredible, they put themselves into a life of service to help other people. So it's being like a broker and connecting all these different people in a way that I would have never thought about now that I think about it. So
that's true. I mean, I was Googling certified grief coaching. Actually, as she said that, I'm like, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's true. It can, and so much of what we do, regardless of the way that you produce money, whether it be through a job or work or a passion or a hobby. I was just on a session earlier with my energy coach, and she was saying, I'm a realtor, talking about real estate and how my heart and passion, like, it doesn't mean I have to lie. It doesn't mean I have to be like, literally I know there's an intuitive real estate agent presenting, right?
No, well, so actually, Kat Lee's going to present tomorrow or Sunday. I want to say.
I can't wait.
Kat's going to present Sunday. So what she does, she does spirituality meets business. So she gave me 3 choices of things. I did choose alchemizing fear though with her, but we'll bring it up in the talk. And that's exactly what she does. She works with entrepreneurs and different people in business to bring integrity and being your authentic self, and not having to, like, how many times we feel like we sell our souls at our jobs because we don't agree with a lot of the things that we've been asked to do or that we do,
and then we just quit or we're miserable,
or we quit, or we justify it in a way,
or we go to happy hour,
all of those things. Yeah.
No, I mean, what does this summit not provide? Like, it's like, this is amazing.
Kat Lee is an amazing person. And again, that's the whole thing of this. We could spend 4 days really picking one topic and talking about it from a lot of different angles. It's like today we did have a really common thread with a lot of things, but each person is dealing with it from a different method or different tools, or they're dealing with a different version of the grief, whether it be a relationship grief that you're dealing with that loss versus your own personal, like, how did I let this happen grief, versus I've lost someone who was my whole life, heart and soul type of grief. And, it comes together, but the whole summit, there's so many, the core thing is spirituality. It's all spirituality. That's the whole thing. But we have 16 very different presentations that are incorporating spirituality as either a part of your life or a solution to your life, or, an answer to a soul searching question. I love her presentation and that title, Soul Searching Questions. We don't really frame it, the questions are our searching, but they truly are soul searching questions.
There's so many, just like you said, when Jeannie asked, I loved her question. I was like, is she going to ask it? Like, you did. But I loved her response to it though, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, there's meetup, maybe have an event that's like, what is Reiki? So people can learn about it, and that's where my ego goes. And Kim said, we'll sit with it. Like, let it come to you. And I was just like, duh. Like, of course. But of course I go in, my ego is like, solution, let's go. And it's like, well, no, what's right for Jeannie? Like, what's right for her town?
Yeah. Well, my first thought was, why are you in the closet? Like, have you thought about, what is that internally? What does that look like? Because we all go in the closet for different reasons, right? So when I started doing this podcast, I really put myself out there. Like, I came out of the closet, and I'm on like episode 36 or 37 doing these pretty involved shows. I get to like episode 37 and we start, talking about some transitioning with Heaven's Cross and the openings and some spiritual work. And I was getting more and more into it with our guests, Mark. I think he's going to speak on Sunday also. And I realized, I thought, I am still in the spiritual closet because of the nature and intensity of it. It was like, I would sit here and talk about people about it in person, but was I willing to talk about it on a format that's going to go across the world? And I thought, we may think that we're out of the spiritual closet, but there's little pieces of us in there. So for her, it's some of what's driving it is the community. I might have thought that it was because I worked in a corporate world and you don't ever mix the two. I've had a lot of conversations about that, Kat Lee and with Kim Coots, about that uncomfortableness with that. But it seems like it's like everything else. Peel the layer, peel the layer, peel the layer. There's another layer, there's another layer. And it's just all ongoing. So having the conversation's always important.
Isn't it fascinating that I have found you to be such a cheerleader and so supportive of people being genuine and just putting their truth out there? But then for you, and we all do this. I mean, obviously we're human. This is what we do, right? Like, we're everyone's cheerleader.
This is going to be a fair statement.
Yeah. And it's just interesting to me because when I had my sex podcast that, I already forgot our tagline, but to embrace your weirdness and to unshame sex, you didn't listen to the podcast because, it was a little raunchy, and out of respect for each other, you chose, not to. And yet you were like the biggest supporter and the biggest cheerleader. And your daughter is talking about sex for the world to hear. And now you're saying that you're still in the spiritual class. It's just very interesting, right? Like,
you did have me on the show for an episode once, though.
I did on the first program.
It was interesting.
It was one of the most downloaded episodes we had. It was hilarious. She is one of the funniest people if you give her the space to let her hair down. But that's true. Like,
it doesn't quite come out. It has not come out in this venue yet, I'm sure.
I know.
I plan on doing this for a very long time. And
if you guys follow my Instagram, first of all, I sneak videos of her all the time, and I put that shit all over the internet. And if you're friends with me, you know what I'm talking about. She is 10 times funnier than, well, I mean, I'm not that funny, but 10 times funnier than most people you will meet. And she holds back a lot on this. So I look forward to you letting that guard down, letting that spiritual, what did Jeannie say? Her fear-based ego, just just be yourself. You're hilarious. You're funny. You're very flowy, very confident. You have so much knowledge that you channel. And yeah, maybe we need to have a tequila, a spiritual, I'm trying to think of something clever, tequila, spiritual, something to loosen your.
Yeah. There we go. Well, I'm finally getting in my zone, so it's
No,
good.
You're great.
You know, honestly, putting the summit together was it was a big deal, and I'm super excited because I do think it's I do think that it's really important.
Jeannie said, "Cut loose, mama." Yeah, Jeannie, cut loose, mama.
I just saw that. That's why I was laughing out there. That's great.
Yeah, no, it's so funny you said witchcraft about Reiki. There's so many parallels, honestly. Maybe you and I just need to have like a separate podcast live stream, or else we're going to be on here till 5:00 tonight. But that's a theme that's come up recently for me specifically, and with my mom. People thinking that I practice witchcraft, or that we practice witchcraft or whatever, which I don't have a problem with, which I don't know a lot I don't personally
I actually interviewed someone who does. It's, you know,
yeah,
witchcraft is interesting. It's very
your intention behind
actually
anything.
It's very spiritual. It is truly a lot of what the media has put out there and the persona that it's created. But when you get into witchcraft, a lot of it is just earth-based living.
Right.
And that kind of thing. But Jeannie, I will share with you, since you put it out there, when I first became a Reiki master, you know, and I've taken any and every class that there is.
Wait, but didn't the nuns teach you, first of all?
Well, not in the beginning, but then I found out that there was Catholic nuns. That's where I learned my other ones. And it seemed like it really, I'm not going to lie, it confused me. But my group that I've learned with is, I still am in touch with them, and we call ourselves the Reiki Soul Sisters. And I remember we said we thought that we were probably in the Salem witchcraft trials at one point, that it was seen as witchcraft. But it really, there is really a lot of baggage that still goes with the spirituality and the energy work. Yeah. It's just the word spirituality. I still have to wrap my head around it, that people see it as a witchcraft or a down energy or something dark that you shouldn't be doing.
When in reality,
there's a lot of fear based around the word spirituality, which just it's like,
you can interchange so much of it, right? Religion, spirituality, meditation, prayer, good vibes, whatever. Like we're kind of all doing and saying the same thing, but having an open heart to, you know, I welcome all religions and any positive belief system that someone has. Like that's okay, as long as we're encouraging and spreading the vibes. Anyway, if you all want to hear more about us rambling, please put it in the chat. I will jump on I love podcasting, so I'm looking for an excuse to come back. But to be on the show, put it in the chat, any topics you want us to talk about, because I'm an open book. But
you know, the best way to really meet the needs of the listeners and meet the listeners where they're at is like, we need you to talk to us. Let us know what you want to hear about, what you're interested, any questions that you have. Honestly, just put it out there. But Linz, we are at our 3 o'clock.
I know.
Mark.
I wanted to ask
you. Believe
you.
It's almost over with. I feel like we just got started. You did let me have the one potty break, so I do thank you for that. It does really go very quickly. And
it does. I want to know when you're announcing the names of the baby goats, because I put my name in the hat. My name's in the hat.
Okay.
Have you picked names?
I have picked the names for the baby goats.
And when are you announcing them? Tomorrow?
We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll have a little. We should do a little 5-10 minutes with the baby goats. Yeah. They are a hoot. They are a hoot.
Maybe we'll try to throw a little video up of them, because they're so cute.
I do. I have a video and a PowerPoint to go with them.
Of course you do. I told you guys she's doing all this. Like
I can't say this is their name and you can't look at them. You have to look at that face and say, oh, yes, that name does fit. I will say the contest has been hysterical. So many people jumped in, and I am amazed at the different creativity of the names. And I will tell you, it was hard. I spent a lot of time in the goat pen looking at them, trying to decide, is this your name? Is this your name?
I can 100% picture this happening. Well, now you have names for the future goats too.
That's true, because there will be future ghosts.
Yeah, and who's talking tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have Marina Haber, sorry. She's going to talk about expanding your reality and going beyond consciousness, which is very cool because, you know, I'm always into my different meditative kind of things that I'm doing.
Oh, talk about witchcraft. Go to a Dr. Joe event.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to go to different dimensions.
Yes. And even my mastering alchemy work, all of it, it's out there. Jeannie, Reiki is nothing. There's so much more out there.
Reiki is something.
No. Well, Reiki is very important. It's energy healing.
Wait till your small town finds out about the other stuff. They're going to,
yeah.
It'll probably be amazing.
Well, honestly, you're the leader. You're the one who is actually you're the one who's cutting that path to open the door for everyone, because the world is going down. Energy healing, energy work, recognizing the vibrations and the infinite beings we are. That door is, as you, I think, wrote somewhere in there, that the veil has cracked open, that thing is coming down, and you're just preparing, and you're going to be ready to be out there to enlighten and provide and help people feel comfortable for it. So good for you.
And that's why I want to stay in touch with her, because I want to see like 3 months from now where she's at. And you have a whole family behind you and with you. Yeah. So we're a community.
We are a community.
We're going to help you.
Wild Souls is a tribe for sure. So tomorrow we have Marina speaking. She's going to take us beyond our consciousness, which is a cool thing. We have Cetis Rivera's Vierto talking. She's very fascinating. She's a family child coach, speech language pathologist, and she does a ton of energy work. You talk about being in the spiritual closet with your day job versus your other job. And she works a lot with autistic children and those kind of folks. And she's actually come out of that and, you know, shares the energy work with these different demographics and has had very positive responses. And she's now having parents open to that. But tomorrow she's going to talk about playing with the seen and the unseen in relationships. So we'll see if we can bring her we'll see if we can bring her back to maybe some of the stuff she does with her other job. But she's fascinating, and she does a lot of stuff with the other side and integrating it together. Then we have Penny Petties. Penny is great. I'm so excited to be working with Penny again and having her back. She was a crucial soul in getting the happy hour for the Spiritually Curious podcasts up and moving. And in fact, she was probably on the first 6 episodes.
She's a wild soul OG. Original gangster mom.
Oh,
she's one of the first.
Yes, that would be a fact. She's going to talk about the secrets of the birth chart. And if you've never heard one of the episodes, Penny really does take astrology to a whole different level, and she is super passionate about it. She'll talk about all the different ways you can integrate it into your life. I would say she's not your usual astrologer.
No, she's hilarious. She's outgoing, but it's creepy as hell, because I guarantee when you tune in, especially if you tune in live tomorrow, I don't know what her plan is, but if she gives a little something of where we're at or what to expect, she's like dangerously spot on. And I say dangerously because I'm like, how do you know this just from a birth chart? Like it's fun, it's exciting, but it's empowering.
It is.
We had a long conversation last night about it. It's so validating. That was the word I used last night. Validating.
It truly is. And I mean, honestly, once with my birth chart, you know, she does a ooh, oh, ooh, and you're like, oh shit. And she goes, you and your mother had a difficult relationship? And I was like, yeah, how do you know that? And she goes, well, because you were born on this full moon with this and that's always indicative of, I mean, literally, she could tell me things in my life that there's no way she would know. It's almost like going to a medium off the birth chart. It's crazy. So again, she's not your mother's astrologer. That's what I'll say. And then we have Nikki Ackerman. Actually, as we were just talking about the original Soul Sister Reiki, she is one of them. And
didn't you guys start Reiki around the same time?
We did it all together. Like literally.
Is that how you met her?
Yes, that's how I met her.
I'm learning too, folks.
Interesting. She's going to talk about, is living a conscious life really possible? And the thing that I find interesting with Nikki is I've had a couple other speakers who are saying, I can't wait to hear Nikki talk. And I thought, well, I won't tell Nikki that. I'm not sure if that'll make her nervous or not. But she has really, she's a very, very evolved soul who is very insightful. I feel like I should tape every telephone conversation we ever have and just use it as a podcast. But we do talk about personal things too, so probably maybe not so much. Really looking forward to that conversation with Nikki. And I will say most of these conversations tomorrow are pretty unstructured for me. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go. You know, some of the things you set up, you're a little more structured in what you think is going to happen. Not always what happens, and many times not what happens. But these ones are going to be, I've got a couple loose cannons tomorrow, so I think it's going to be interesting.
I'm so excited that the next 2 days, my days are completely open because, you know, I live for the spontaneity and the loose cannons and the crazy shit. And I will be here for you to pull me in if and when needed, because I live for this.
Yeah. So I'll just jump ahead to Sunday real quick, not to keep people too long, but Penny and I are going to do a session together.
That's right. And then tomorrow there's also a Q&A at the end, correct?
Oh, yes. So yes, Saturday and Sunday both. We'll have a Q&A for an hour set up afterwards. So really, we want that chat in. We want the questions in, because each day I anticipate we'll have probably about 6 of the speakers available all on the screen at the same time. So that could make it a really interesting conversation of what's going on. Because if you've been on the conference summit, sorry, still get into my corporate world. If you've been on the summit for the last 2 days, you know that we have had such a variety of people who come at things from a very different level. Spirituality, the spirit is the core to it, but it could make, I think it's going to be some fascinating dialogue, very fascinating dialogue. You won't have to listen to just me.
Oh God, Jeannie, you ain't wrong. But you raised a firecracker.
Yeah,
there's another term used also,
yeah,
but
yes, she did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So if people are watching this later tonight, and for Saturday, say you're not watching this till Saturday, you can still send questions in. Just go to the chat, and we'll be checking those to get questions. Do you want me to also have them like text me their questions? I have that work number they can text.
That would be beautiful.
Okay.
And I do want to just go ahead.
No, this is your thing.
No.
Don't let me interrupt.
Well, I just wanted to just thank everyone today. Sarah Saxby, very, very, very emotional talk she had. I'm really, you know, if people missed it today, definitely the replay. It's out there. It's very pertinent. Definitely, it's going to speak to a lot of people, and she provides some direction with that. It was, her authenticity was just off the charts, and her vulnerability. It was beautiful. And then we had Jayne Feldman. I just love Jayne, the angel lady. You know what? This is what I'll tell you. Jayne can do 5 different sessions with us, and they will all be different. Like her use of the angels and knowledge of the angels, and you know, she's created angel days, and she's got a number of books out there and different things. She really was very practical on the use of angels. And then we had Dr. Chris, who shared the use of labyrinths. I think labyrinths are very powerful, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of them as a spiritual vehicle and a spiritual tool. Chris also shared some very personal stuff in her life and sort of how she used that labyrinth for some healing. And then obviously we ended the day with Kim Coots, which I will have to say, you know, again, a lot of coincidence here, because we had a few last minute speakers flips that were just because of life, that was the thread for the day. And then Kim just ties it up so beautifully, always very authentic and genuine in her conversation. She really has dedicated her life to her spiritual growth and growing. And she when you get to know her a little more, she also, you could probably have 5 different conversations with her that would be very different, has just used a lot of different spiritual modalities to get where she's at today. And she's also helping just so many people out there. You're on, Lynn. You take it. That's my day.
Oh.
That's my day wrap up.
No, you did great. If you have questions, just type it in the chat below. I'll be checking and putting those together. And there's a team here that's looking at all of this. So thank you, Mom, Dr. Sandra Marie, for putting this all together. And it's been an incredible day. So all the gratitude. That was my intention for today. The day is not over, but lots of gratitude for this whole summit, for everyone that's a part of it, everyone that's participating. Thank you so much.
Yep. And I'm going to say that, and I'm going to quote Joe, our tarot fella. Really, this is all about you. This is all about you watching and listening. It is truly, I say this sincerely, this is all about you. So we're here to support.
Love you all.
Bye.
We out.